to welcome you all to this meeting. As you know, this is the 17th state conference of the AHI chapter. It's a prestigious chapter of Kerala IAP. And this is intended to face the challenges we face, especially in this COVID times. As we know, we have as parents who have adolescent kids and as doctors who see adolescents, we come to see many special problems like many children who has lost interest in their studies, many who are addicted to many games and social network, and many who have eye problems, etc. And we hope that this conference will help us be better equipped for this. So in this onset, I'd like to welcome our AHI chairperson, Dr. Shibu K, to this meeting, which is a virtual meeting, as you know. Welcome you, sir. Next, I'd like to welcome our MKC, sir, who was the first Vice Chancellor of the Quas University, who guides us in all our new programs. And welcome to you, sir. Sir, thank you for your presence also. Our guest of honors are Ramesh Kumar, sir, who is going to be the National President of the prestigious IAP. Thank you for coming here, sir. Welcome to the meeting. The guest of honor, our next guest of honor is the AHI National Chairperson, J.C. Garg. Welcome to this meeting. Dr. Sushma Desai, who is the AHI Secretary of the national level. Welcome to you, madam. I would like to welcome the seniors like Tejas sir, Dr. madam, Dr. sir, and the Secretary, President, or Dr. Jayaraman sir. And our IP has given a letter to the government in the recent times. That's a very apt letter regarding the homeo medications. And thank you, sir, for that. And welcome you to this meeting. And I would like to welcome the Secretary, Dr. Johnny Sebastian, also to this meeting. Welcome to all the seniors like Jagama sir, who are in this meeting. Thank you all. And welcome once again to all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And next, we would like to invite Dr. Shubho K, the chairperson of AHI Kerala, for the presidential address.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjit. Respected Professor Dr. M.K.C. Nair, sir, State President T.P. Jayaraman, sir, President-elect Central IAP Ramesh Kumar, sir, Central Person, Chairperson Central AHI J.C. Garg, sir, Sushma Desai, madam, Johnny Sebastian, sir, Tettuja, sir, Jagamar, sir, other dignitaries, respected senior members, colleagues, and friends. Very good morning to all. Today is the State Conference of Adoleson Health Academy. Hope you all enjoy the academic feast today. First of all, I invite Dr. Ranjit to present the report of AHI activities 2021.
Is the screen visible, sir?
Not come. Just not come. It's coming.
Yes, now coming.
Yes.
Hope it is visible now.
Fine.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, respected teacher MKC sir and State President Jayaraman sir and AHA Kerala President Shubhu sir and guest of honor Ramesh Kumar sir and JC Garg sir and other respected faculties, all the senior members. We are presenting the report of AHA Kerala 2021. Our chairperson is Dr. Shubhu K and secretary myself and treasurer is Dr. Deepa Janardhan. We started our activity in 2021 with the International CME on Mental Health, that is the Minds of Future, and it was organized by the IAP Cochin association with IAP and AHA Kerala on 21 February 2021. There are renowned international national faculty attended the program. MKC sir, Michael Reed, Professor Deborah Christie, Helena Flannery, Dr. Shekhar Sheshadri, Saudiba Madam, Tuteja sir, Preeti Galagali Madam, and it is well appreciated. About 400 to 500 participants were there in the virtual CME. And this is a picture of the Minds of Future of International CME. And next national program we had hosted is the Awesome AVA workshop organized by IAP Kottayam in association with IAP Kerala and AHA Kerala on 23 and 24 April 2021. We have our inaugurated by our teacher MKC sir and National President Dr. Piyush Gupta sir, President Ramesh Kumar sir, and our Nagaraj sir, Basaraj sir, all attended the program. It was well attended, about 100 to 150 participants were there. And next, the national program we had hosted is the Mission School Uday program, and it is hosted by IAP Cochin, IAP Kottayam and IAP and AHA Kerala. And our Shaji Thomas John sir, Jisanuni sir, and MN Venkadeshwaran sir were the speakers then. And next prestigious program we had hosted is the IAP Presidential Action Plan on Suicide Prevention in Adolescents. And the module we prepared for pediatricians, one module is prepared, and it was reviewed by our respected teacher MKC sir. And the inaugural launch of the program was hosted by AAP Kozhikode on 14/5/2021. About 100 pediatricians were trained in this program. And next we had conducted 3 zonal TOTs of the suicide prevention program. And first we had organized the North Zone training for pediatricians at IAP Pariyaram on 15/6/2021. And Dr. JC Garg sir, our national chairperson, was the chief guest, and Sachi sir was the guest of honor then. And second one, the medicine TOT was organized by IAP Malanad at 31 August. And Tuteja sir and other dignitary Jason sir was present. And last TOT, that is South Zone TOT on suicide prevention in adolescents, hosted at IAP Alappuzha, and our former national president Sukumaran sir inaugurated the program. And we had trained all the pediatricians in different zones by these 3 TOTs. And we had then branch wise, we had done training for pediatricians at various branches. And at IAP Wayanad, our president Jayaraman had done the training, and also IAP Pathanamthitta we had done the trainings. And we had conducted similar trainings at IAP Kannur. And then we move on to the field like training of suicide prevention in adolescents. We first trained the ICDS and ASHA workers. It was a grand program organized by IAP Trivandrum in association with the district ICDS cell and NHM Trivandrum. And the program had 4,600 ICDS ASHA workers attended through YouTube and Zoom. And IAP Talasheri also conducted training for students for the suicide prevention in that aspect. And IAP Pathanamthitta, Dr. Arun had conducted classes for suicide prevention in adolescents. And then we had moved to prepared so many modules on adolescent aspects. The first module release was lifestyle disease in children, how we can prevent. The module was released by IAP Kozhikode, and Dr. Vijay Kumar sir, our president-elect, was the speaker, and it was released by Dr. Shaji Thomas sir, the past chairperson of National AHA. And second module was a module release on teen media, that is a boon or curse, as a part of AHA IAP action plan on 30/6/2021, hosted by IAP Kochi. The module was released by our senior AHM member Jason C. Uni sir and Dr. Geeta Patil madam, the South Zone EB member of a Central AHA, was the chief guest, and Dr. Deepa, Dr. Sanju, and Dr. Sri Prasad was the speakers and moderators. And on October 1st, we had released a module on gender equality for adolescents, and it was released by our past Kerala State President and past AHA Chairperson, Dr. V.K. Parvati Madam, and speaker was Dr. Sajna Said, and moderator was Dr. Nisha and Dr. Deepa. These were the program on October 1st. And we had observed International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, organized by IAP Talasheri, and also World No Tobacco Day on June 1st, organized by IAP Talasheri. And Dr. Shaji Thomas Jones, sir, the past national chair of AHA, had conducted an international webinar on physical and mental health on 22nd May 2021, and these were the speakers for the program. And also our respected MKC sir has done a talk on preconception care and counseling on October 1st. And Dr. Newton Lewis sir, our past AHS secretary and national EV member, had conducted workshop on parenting for parenting on August 14. And Dr. M.N. Venkateswaran sir, our past AHA chairperson, has done as a speaker on parenting on Maha Pedicon. And this is the AHA Kerala FB page, Facebook page for the public. We had created this year for awareness to public regarding so various topics on adolescent care. We had published so many articles on suicide prevention, drug abuse, media use, adolescent nutrition, etc. And Dr. Sheda, Dr. Deepa, Dr. Jayaraman sir, myself, all had given articles for the same. We had a reach of about 15,000 to 20,000 reach on that page, and the page is managed by Dr. Sajna Said. And we had conducted awareness program through audio channels and FM, etc. This is the Disha audio channel. We had given so many articles like drug abuse and suicide prevention, etc. This is one of the photo of the suicide prevention voice message we had given by Dr. Deepa Janardhan, our treasurer of AHA Kerala, and I had given a talk on suicide prevention in All India Radio Agashvani, and also Dr. Ranjit Kumar T, the secretary of IAP Pariyaram, had given a YouTube talk on the drug abuse in children. And this is an article on the adolescent behavior, adolescent and young adults behavior and relationship by Dr. P. Krishna Kumar, the director of IMHANS, through Malayalam Manorama article. So these are the awareness program and major activities we had conducted. I would like to thank our respected senior members and teachers, MKC sir, Jason sir, Sachi sir, and all the Ramesh sir, and all the senior members, and also the team of younger members like Dr. Sajina, Dr. Nisha, and Dr. Sri Prasad, Dr. Ranjit sir, all conducted as a team for this year activities. And this is the report of AHA Kerala 2021. Thank you all for the patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjit, for the excellent report. Next, I would like to call upon IAP Kerala State President, Dr. T.P. Jayaraman sir, for addressing the gathering.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be associated with this annual conference of Adolescent Health Academy of Kerala, Adolescon 2021, held by AAP IAP. Respected President of IAP Alapura, Dr. Sri Prasad, Dr. Sangeeta, Organizing Chairperson, MKC sir, Dr. Ramesh, CIAP President-elect, Dr. Tudeja, Dr. Preeti Galgali, Dr. JC Garg, Dr. Ravi TV, NNF State President, Dr. Johnny Sebastian, Secretary of IAP Kerala, Dr. Shibu, AHA Chairperson, Dr. Ranjit, Secretary of AHA Kerala, Dr. Sushma Desai, Dr. Jose O, Dr. Jayakumar, Dr. Jason, Dr. Venkateswaran, who is going to give the prestigious MKC Nair's oration today, all the other panelists, all the other delegates, a very warm good morning. as Dr. Ranjit was giving the report, AHA Kerala had a wonderful year last year, and AHA has conducted so many programs. Like actually, we have already produced 4 modules, one on suicide prevention as part of the presidential action plan, then again lifestyle diseases, uh, then we had another module on media, and the last one was one of the flagship, one of its kind module that is on gender equality. And AHA had produced so many programs for the pediatricians as well as at the community level for the ICDS workers, ASHA workers, students, and PTA. And I congratulate AHA Kerala, led by Dr. Shibu and Dr. Ranjit and Deepa, for this wonderful year of activities. And also to stalwarts like MKC sir, Sukumaran sir, Sachi, and all the leaders for giving them enormous support in completing their task. Today we have a wonderful session arranged for you with eminent speakers and eminent faculty, and we have got people like Dr. MKC and Dr. Ramesh, JC Garg, and actually Dr. CP Benzal has already also agreed to join the session after a short while. So I welcome all of you for this conference, and I'm sure this will be an important academic event of IAP Kerala for the year. Once again, I congratulate IAP, Alapura, and AHA for arranging this session and wish the very best for the conference.
Thank you, Jayaraman sir. Next is the official inauguration of 17th Annual Conference of Adoleson Health Academy, IAP Kerala. I would like to invite respected Professor Dr. MKC Nair sir, past National Chairperson, IAP, NNF, and Adoleson Health Academy, former Vice Chancellor, Kuhas, for inaugurating the conference.
Good morning to all. Most respected Dr. Ramesh, President-elect of IAP, the pride of Kerala. Dr. JC Garg, Chairperson of the Adoleson Chapter, President and Secretary of IAP Kerala, AHA Kerala, the organizing team, all the respected members, faculty, and my dear friends. I'm not taking names because I don't want to spend too much time. First thing I would like to say is congratulations to this fantastic team. I think it has been a tremendous work. I think Dr. Narayanan would remember when we had 1999, when Sachi was trying to organize the first meeting. Narayanan, you are hearing me? Yeah, it was difficult to get 1 dozen person to attend Adolescent. We somehow managed to get 10, 12 members to start off the Adolescent chapter. 4 years later, when I left, it was 540 members. I gave the thing. So slowly we have taken, and adolescents have taken root from Kerala. Of course, we have had great contribution from Delhi, Dr. Swati Bhave, whole lot of people in India. But the most important change that has been brought to adolescents is the training program in adolescent. That was a miracle that has made possible. God gave that opportunity. And we had the first adolescent boy to take training, Dr. Tuteja, young boy at that time, okay, and with all black beard and all that. So I think, and he has single-handedly taken adolescents to great heights. We must admire that. Adolescent India, that whole web portal and page and the whole lot of thing, he has made it so popular. And I knew that every year he made sure that at least 20 people applied for the course. For any subject to grow, some sort of qualification is always required, and that has made the trip. Now, coming to the 17th conference, we are another 1 year, we are going to be, academy is going to be adult. So we need to be, gearing up for the adult role also. Till now we were children, people, people did not bother you so much because you are a child after all. But next year onwards, we are going to be an adolescent. One thing, I think 3 points I to emphasize. I think each one of us should take adolescence as our responsibility. And the way I look at it is, when my children were adolescent, that's the time when I started the adolescent. You have a personal stake. Never talk of the whole country and the whole world. These are nice to talk about, but what really matters in your heart is your own child. And just think of it. Now my grandchild is 6 years old. Now yesterday I was telling wife, another 4 years she is going to be a big girl. Are we prepared for that? You understand? And she's going to talk back to you. She's going to teach you things. She's going to tell you, Appu, you are not right in a whole lot of things. So the first thing is, take it as our responsibility. Don't expect them to be grateful. The gratefulness is always in the heart. This is something I learned in life. I didn't realize there were so many people who had affection for me, because most of them never told me that. I didn't know it was there. It is there. We don't have to ask for it, number one. Number two, we do not blame them. Most of the time when something goes wrong, you always jump to rape. Didn't I tell you that? Didn't I tell you that? Don't say that. It is your responsibility to tell, and it is their right to refuse to listen. Why should they refuse to listen to you? That's how their personality develops, their independence develop. Never say, never say that you said something, they didn't listen to you, and then say, didn't I tell you that? Just keep quiet. Don't say, already they are feeling it. Already they are feeling it.
Sir, you are muted, sir.
How long I was muted?
Yeah, no. The last,
just second.
Last
okay.
One line only.
One line. Okay. That means just listen to them. I have learned after doing counseling for 41 years, having seen more than 60,000, I said talking therapy is the best therapy in the world. Just listen to them. Just keep quiet. Listen to them. Don't have negative feelings on your face. Even when they say the worst thing on earth, you don't have a negative disapproval feeling. As a parent, as a pediatrician, just listen to them. That will be the message. And 2 areas we are taking up. I'm glad that our new national president has taken up adolescents in a big way. We had a proposal for a counseling course. AHA, Dr. Gargu was very kind enough to push it through. Dr. C.P. Bansal was there. And now it has been approved by the National Academy Executive Board. We are going to have training program for adolescents, and 2 areas that I am working on. One is relationship counseling, which I published a paper in Indian Journal of Practical Pediatrics. The idea is, I am looking like this, another 5 or 10 years or 7 years, my little one is going to come and tell me about her boyfriend and whatnot. We may not be prepared for that, but I think we should be prepared. They are going to tell you. They are going to come out about relationship. Instead of denying there is something called relationship, we need to pamper it in a positive way. Oh, how was it? How is it? What is it? So I am trying to come out with a simple questionnaire and validate it so that any child who is in a love affair or something, instead of blaming them, you give them this, see the checklist. Are you on the right path? Are you on the wrong path? We don't have to tell this is right path, wrong path. They themselves will be able to do. Similarly, the last one I would like to, and which I am going to talk in the IAP 50th anniversary, Kerala IAP, my talk will be on self-counseling. It has already been, a whole huge article has already been submitted. Dr. Paul Russell is actually working on it a little more to give a little more content to it. What is self-counseling? All my life I have done self-counseling. The child himself or herself can correct, and you only need a tool to tell them whether are you on the right path. So I think with all this IAP on completion of 18, should have next year, the president should have a program for reaching out to adolescents on particularly the counseling part, because with the COVID around, 40% of children have some sort of anxiety, depression, sleeplessness, or some psychological problem. So we need to really touch on that. Thank you. I have great pleasure in inaugurating the 17th annual state conference. My best wishes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for.
Thank you, MKC sir. Next, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Dr. Ramesh Kumar R, President-elect Central IAP, for addressing the gatherings.
President, Chairperson of the meeting, President AHA Kerala, Dr. Shibu, National Chairperson of the AHA Chapter, Dr. Garg, President IAP Kerala, Dr. Jayaraman, all the secretaries out here, Dr. Ranjit and Dr. Deepa from AHA Kerala, Dr. Sushma Desai from AHA Central Unit, and Dr. Joni Sebastian, Secretary IAP Kerala, the organizing team led by Dr. Sangeeta, Dr. Sri Prasad, Dr. Anu, and all the seniors out here, our chief guest, MKC sir, Dr. Tudeja sir, Dr. Shaji, the past president, Dr. C.P. Bansal is about to join, and Dr. Venkateswaran sir and our executive board members, Dr. Jos, Dr. Jason, Dr. Jayakumar, and all those stalwarts of AHA and IAP Kerala. A very good morning. And what a great day to start with. Listening to MKC sir is always so much of awe-inspiring, I must say. It's always a pleasure, and it's always we feel energized, and the day is made, sir, with my initial remarks itself. But you suggest something like how to even give a negative feeling to the adolescents, even by your looks, and acknowledge them. Don't look for anything which they express their gratitude, just acknowledge them. So that itself is a great message to start the day with. My salute to the great AHA team of IAP Kerala. You have done a wonderful work. And I remember when 10 years back, we did the AHA conference in Tiruvalla under the auspices of the Pathanamthitta IAP branch. We are finding difficult to get people registered. That is the time maybe around 12 years back. But now, stepping into the adolescence, going past the adolescence into an adult, 17th and 18th year, the Adolescent Kerala and even the Adolescent chapter is attracting the good number of IAPians to each and every session. And I'm certain that the credit goes to the doyens, Dr. MKC sir, Dr. Saudi Bave, Dr. C.P. Bansal, Dr. Kamath. And now, certainly the mantle is well taken over by Dr. Tudeja, and he has been instrumental, I must say instrumental, in maintaining the thoughts through the adolescent blog. And he is a crusader of adolescent rights and very forthright in his thoughts. And I have a lot of interaction with him and counsel many a time by him itself to me. He has counseled many a time to me also. The way when we deviate a little bit away from what could be the norms of the day. So I'm so thankful that these stalwarts are around, still nurturing the adolescents and the adolescent team across the country. And as MKC sir has suggested, we will be moving. We are looking forward to more activities on the coming up from the adolescent side, adolescent counseling in a big way. And post-COVID, we really require adolescent counseling. As 40%, we estimate that around 40% have got some issues with mental health. Definitely, we need more support coming up. And today, our population is increasing exponentially, I know, and more kids are entering adolescence every year. Certainly, their quality of their physical, emotional, and mental health in totality will determine the future of the country at one side. But unfortunately, COVID pandemic has been a sad development for the younger generation. All of us will agree that it has denied them the space, something like the freedom and even the free interaction with peers, which they have used to enjoy in the school or in the college campus. And moreover, it just constricted their academic life. I must say, it just stifled their dreams and career plans. And sure, this is going to have a long-term impact, negative impact on their personality. And alongside, social media was we all realize that social media was a good influence, bad influence at times on adolescents. We were working on it, how to overcome it, and then came the COVID, and naturally we let them loose. They were into social media because of their schools, the online schooling and other aspects. But being hooked to mobile phone, video games, a lack of interaction, that has been quite harmful. And it's important for us to empower the adolescents to develop social skills and intellectual abilities to overcome the present the post-COVID impact. So definitely Indian Academy of Pediatrics on one side, along with the Adolescent Health Academy and the chapter and their stalwarts across the country, I'm sure we'll have a lot to do on this front in the coming year. Post-COVID time, we need to support the adolescents, and counseling has to come up in a big way. I'm sure we all will put a great show on that front the coming years. And I promise a wholehearted proactive involvement from the Central Office of Indian Academy of Pediatrics to support the Adolescent Health Academy in guiding and motivating the youngsters to overcome the period of what they had, the seclusion which was created by the COVID. So once again, congratulations to the whole team, AAP, Alappuzha, Sangeeta, and Sri Prasad and team, as well as guided by Dr. Jose and all the stalwarts of AAP Kerala, Ranjit and Shibu and Central, and my friends and Jayaraman sir, of course, doing a lot of work on progress with and Johnny on Presidential Action Plan. So great. I'm so happy that this is happening in a big way, and that also AHA is moving in a great steam ahead. Thank you very much, and wishing you all a great time with the conference here today, and a great time ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh Kumar sir, for the nice words. Next, I would like to call upon our guest of honor, J.C. Garg sir, Chairperson, Central AHA, for addressing the gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Shibu, for giving me a chance to attend here this wonderful conference of Adoleson, Kerala State. Very good morning to all. I welcome Dr. P. Jayaraman, President IAP Kerala, Dr. Johnny Sebastian, Secretary IAP Kerala, Dr. Gopi Mohan, Treasurer of IAP Kerala. I welcome Dr. Sangeeta Joseph, Organizing Chairperson of the conference, Dr. Anu Mary Peter, Organizing Secretary of the conference. I welcome Dr. Shibu K, the Chairperson AHA Kerala, Dr. Ranjit P, Secretary AHA Kerala, Dr. Deepa Janardhan, Treasurer AHA Kerala, Dr. Sri Prasad TG, President AAP, Dr. Reshma M, Secretary AAP, and Dr. Mohammed AP, Treasurer AAP. I welcome and pay my regards to Dr. MKC Nair, the teacher of teachers, Dr. Tuteja sir, and the ruling person of the Mission School Uday, and a dynamic personality in AHA, particularly Adoleson India. I welcome Dr. C.P. Bansal and Dr. Past Chairperson of AHA and past President Golden Jubilee year, and President Sapa. I welcome Dr. Shiv and Dr. Preeti Galagali, the past chairperson. I welcome Dr. Sushma Desai, President Secretary of AHA. I welcome Dr. Shaji John, past President of AHA. And I welcome Dr. Ramesh Kumar, who is the guest of honor today. And I welcome all those whom I could not enumerate. And welcome to all. And actually these days we are running the module of Mission School Uday, which is a great program of the Presidential Action Plan of this year. And we have planned to roll on the 100 branches of the AHA and IAP. We have already done 34, 35 workshops in this, and still we are going on. Even today, there are 2 more workshops in the evening and the afternoon. So in this conference, definitely it will take to heights as commented by our Professor M.K.C. Nair, that counseling and adolescent hearing and listening to them is a very important thing. And they are going to start this course for this also on the distant learning of the AHA members and other adolescents. So my all best wishes for this conference, and and I pay my regards to everybody, that I wish you best all for the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you,
Over to Dr.
JC
Shibu.
Garg, sir. Sir. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Sushma Desai, Madam, Secretary, Central AHA, for felicitation.
Sure, sir. Sushma Madam couldn't join due to some personal reason. She had conveyed her message like best wishes and for the conference.
Okay. Next, I would like to invite Dr. C.P. Belsal, sir, for felicitation.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's indeed a pleasure to be there in Kerala in any program. And probably this is a state which I visited most during my tenure and before that as well. Because although I am little unlucky that I could not have the opportunity to be taught in undergraduate level by a teacher par excellence, Professor M.K.C. Nair, sir. But I was fortunate to have attended two courses by sir. One of counseling and then in PGDAP. A wonderful human being, a wonderful teacher, and my FFP, friend, philosopher, and guide. I do consult him in various matters other than IAP as well. My sincerest regards to my dear friend, Dr. Ramesh, a very plain, clean-hearted person, and a man who takes a stand. And we look upon you, Ramesh, for a wonderful tenure, and I'm sure that we will have so many new things. I also like to extend my regards to my elder brother, Dr. Tuteja, sir, who is really doing wonders in Mission School Uday and conducted so many programs. We all know that how difficult it is to organize a program, and sir is doing it day in and day out. And he has completed almost 35 programs, and Ramesh, you will be happy to know that 15 are there in line. So just in a span of almost 2.5 months, sir will be covering more than 50 programs. And he is personally present there, and Dr. J.C. Garg sir and Tuteja sir, they are doing it together. My regards are due to my dear friend, Dr. T.P. Jairam. I have visited his house and I have a very special respect, love and affection for him because he is the person whom I have spent 2 days, just two of us. And sir is such a nice human being that I have a very special place for Dr. Jayaraman in my heart. He is one person who always stood with me in my hard times of 2013 EB when there was so much of turmoil in the Indian Academy of Pediatrics. So congratulations, sir, and thank you very much for letting me in this wonderful program. Dr. J.C. Garg, sir, of course, is my elder brother, and I touch his feet and seek his blessings always. Kerala is hub of adolescent care, being M.K.C. sir, the father of adolescent health in country. And we are so happy and excited that soon Indian Academy of Pediatrics is going to start another counseling program under the dynamic stewardship of none other than MKC sir has very kindly agreed to start the program. And soon we will be working out on the details. I will request you, sir, to kindly organize a Zoom meeting for the nitty-gritty of the program, because the last TB has already permitted it. It's better if we are able to start it during this session only. With my very sincere regards, respects, and best wishes for the program. And I'll not like to stand between you and a wonderful program. We have a lot of very nice deliberations by respected to Treja sir, Dr. Preeti Galgali, Dr. MKC sir. I've been to Kerala and I have very fond memories. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity to speak a few words. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, CP Bansal, sir, for the nice words. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Johnny Sebastian, sir, Secretary, IAP Kerala.
A very good morning to all. Respected Chairperson, Dr. Shibu, President AHA, IAP State President, and my leader Jayaraman, sir. Chief guest of the day and a doyen in the field of adolescent medicine, Professor Dr. MKC Nair, sir. President-elect CIAP and my mentor in IAP, Dr. Ramesh Kumar, sir. Dr. TV Ravi, sir, President NN of Kerala. Dr. JC Garg, sir, Chairperson AHA, CIAP. Sushma Desai, Madam, Secretary AHA. Esteemed speakers of the day, my dear friend and vibrant Secretary of AHA Kerala, Dr. Ranjit. Organizing Chairperson Sangeeta Ma'am, Organizing Secretary Dr. Anu, President AAP Dr. Sri Prasad, seniors, and my dear colleagues in IAP. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate AHA Kerala for the great work they have done as a subspecialty chapter this year. That too in a short span of 9 months for the welfare of adolescents of our state. The report presented by Dr. Ranjit has showcased all their activities in a nutshell. I also congratulate AHA as well as AAP for organizing this excellent webinar as part of the 17th annual conference of AHA Kerala. As we all know, these days due to COVID pandemic and online education, our adolescents are facing a lot of challenges as far as their physical and mental health is concerned. In fact, today we have a panel discussion also on this subject. To enlighten us more on different topics related to adolescent medicines, we have a galaxy of excellent speakers today. I wish this webinar all success and all the participants a great learning experience. Thank you. Jai Hind, JIAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Anu Mary Peter, Organizing Secretary, Adoleson 2021, for delivering vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Shibu. A very good morning to all. It is my proud privilege to be part of Adoleson 2021. Without much further ado, let me get to the job entrusted to me. So I would like to start by thanking Professor Dr. MKC Nair, sir, who is a stalwart in the field of IAP and pediatrics in India. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and delivering the inaugural address. We are very grateful to you, sir. Next, I would like to thank our guest of honors. Dr. Ramesh Kumar is the president-elect of CIAP, and we are profoundly grateful to you, sir, for being part of this and adding to the August gathering. Thank you, Ramesh, sir. We are also lucky to have Dr. JC Garg, Chairman of Central AHA, today with us. Thank you, sir, for your message and your presence here. I'd like to thank our IAP Kerala President, Dr. TP Jayaraman, sir, who is our guiding light in all activities. Thank you, sir, for your words and for your presence. I would like to thank the AHA Kerala Chairperson, Dr. Shibu K, who delivered the presidential address. And also to Dr. Ranjit P, Secretary, who gave us the report of AHA activities. Thank you, sirs, for all your guidance in the conduct of this conference. I'd like to thank I'd like to thank Dr. Sushma Desai, who couldn't be here present, but whose blessings are with us, Secretary AHA, Central AHA. I'd also like to thank Dr. C.P. Bansal and Dr. Johnny Sebastian, Secretary IAP Kerala, for felicitating the gathering. This program would not have been possible without the untiring efforts of the AAP chapter, Dr. Sri Prasad, President AAP, Dr. Reshma, Secretary, and Dr. Mohammed, AAP Treasurer, did all the hard work for the conference. We thank you. I would also like to thank all the esteemed faculty who have an academic feast waiting for us. Dr. Sangeeta Joseph, AHA chairperson, has worked hard for this. Thank you, ma'am. There are a lot of faculty who, by name, I am not able to mention, but I thank you all for being part of our conference. Please stay with us for the academic feast that awaits you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anu. Next, we are moving to the scientific session. First, we have talk on adolescent sexuality. The chairpersons for this talk is Dr. Jason C. Unni and Dr. C. Jayakumar sir, the AAP members from Kerala. Welcome, sirs, for taking up this session.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjit. Thank you so much for allowing us to be chairpersons for this wonderful session by Dr. Koteja. We have he's talked about adult sexuality all over India, actually, and this is a stage of human development which adolescents experience and explore sexual feelings. The interest in sexuality increases the onset of puberty, and sexuality is often a vital aspect of teenagers' lives. You know, everyone has a unique sexual script. It's like a story. Everyone has the exposure to sexuality is different, and so therefore every case is an individual experience, and so it is influenced by cultural norms, sex education, the comprehensive sexual education that is provided, sexual orientation, sexual controls. With this age of consent laws of our country. And India, there's a growing evidence that adults are becoming more sexually active. And it's fear that this will lead to increase in HIV, and unwanted pregnancies and abortions, and conflict between contemporary social values. Adolescents have poor access to healthcare. And so the cultural norms opposing extramarital sexual behavior. There are fears that these implications may acquire threatening dimensions in the society and the nation. And to talk to us of all this, and also about adults' sexuality of differently able children, you know, as we go into adolescence. So there's no better person than Dr. T.S. Koteja. He's been introduced actually by Dr. MKC, Dr. Bansal already in a big way. So, you know, my formality is to just say that he's a great friend, he's a great person. He's worked for adolescents after he came in contact with Dr. MKC Nair. And it was great to hear MKC Nair talking about how Koteja has taken over adolescents as his prime, you know, mission for his rest of his life. And he's been the Adolescent Health Academy chairperson 2012 to 2015. Mission Kishore Uday 2013. He's been honored by the Union Health and Family Welfare Minister. Adolescent at Khajuraho in 2017. He's the National Advisor of the Mission Kishore Uday Suicide Prevention Module. Guest of Honor at FOGSI International Adolescent E-Conference 2020. He was awardee of the Swati Baba and MKC Nair Oration 2020. And he's been doing this mission school, as Dr. Bansal has already mentioned, in a big way this year, and it's really going places. He's the owner of Teen Well Center Indoor, and his Adolescent India group, which Dr. MKC Nair talked about, is going places. Over to you, Dr. Koteja. We are waiting to listen to you about adolescent sexuality.
Thank you, Dr. Jason, for the nice words. Can I share the screen, please?
Yes, sure, please.
Before going to the topic which has been allotted to me at the national level always, and I am fond of talking about it because I am guided by my guru, Dr. M.K.C. Nair. My few emotions about Kerala. First, I will talk on it. Please permit me. Respected dignitaries of Kerala AHA and IAP, I am thankful to you all for this invite in the State Adoleson 2021 in 17th conference. Kerala is a state in south of India, is a representative state of intelligence. And it is my pleasure today I am here virtually with all of them. My guru is a combination of courage and intelligence as he is educated and qualified from Punjab. AHA President Dr. J.C. Garg, Secretary Dr. AHA Secretary National Dr. Sushma Desai, my oldest friend dear Dr. Sachi Kamath, Jason, Ranjit and Dr. T. Jayaraman, Dr. Sangeeta ji and Dr. Shaji Thomas John, loving, affectionate Dr. Ramesh Kumar, President IAP 2022. I declare from here today that he is a President 2022. Leave aside that he is a IAP, a President-elect 2021. A person who is honest, courageous, and selective in nature. A person who selects right person for the organization right in time to take the organization to the sky height. My blessings are always with him. My best wishes for the blessing for this conference, and I don't want to forget an upcoming Mission School Uday faculty from Kerala, Dr. Deepa Janardhan. She is doing wonderful work with me in Mission School Uday. I invite and I am thankful that Dr. P.T. Galgali, my co-faculty, past president of AHA, is also here as a faculty. Thank you so much. I go to my topic. I will be talking on adolescent sexuality to spirituality. Although I am sure that my guru has told that he is moving towards spirituality, but I think I am covering both the part on his behalf also. So my pious country, ancient India was a land of educated people and experience-based. Learning was through Gurukul system. As an observant in Vedic area, it was a Sakshi Bhav. The Vedas are the oldest teaching of India, though the transmission of this teaching was mainly oral until the 5th century. Motto was to enhance knowledge, which was highly focused on all aspects of life, sexuality. This is the Indian philosophy. In present era, we are all much qualified and deal with the life as in all aspects as evidence-based. Even in our relationship also, we want to see the evidence. This is a science of psychology, that is Vigyan Yuga. Sex education. In India, sex education, sexual intercourse is a topic that is often demarred as it is considered humiliating and immoral to converse, especially with the eldest of the society. Sex is a palpable, scruffy word in lexicon of Indian, is not only used to denote the two gender, that is male and female. It is our third biological need, the need for reproduction. Sex is not imperative for survival, but it is a continuation of human race. It serves as an impetus on to the menstruation in women and nocturnal emission in boys. It prepares the body for copulation when teenagers reach puberty. Sex education, including its spiritual aspect, should be the part of both health and moral education from kindergarten through grade 12. ideally carried out harmoniously by parent and teacher. Sexuality. Education about sexuality is often held as taboo in Indian culture since Victorian era. Sex education in India is poorly implemented. Today is clearly at a crossroad. Imparting sex education is both science and an art, needs the educator to be properly trained. There is a huge unmet need for the sex education in India among the youth to keep pace with the age of information technology. Effective sexuality education can provide age-appropriate, culturally relevant, and scientific accurate information. There is a crying need to revive the eloquence that our forefathers had all level society to openly discuss the various aspects of sexuality. Sex has many purposes. On the surface, it offers physical pleasure and release, but it's not that all. It promotes to spirituality. It's the first step to spirituality is from the sexuality. Sex can also help partner connect emotionally, building intimacy and trust. Some people view sex as not just as a physical and emotional experience, but a spiritual one too. Spiritual sex that leads to deeper spiritually fulfilling connection with the partner. Spiritual sex study shows that the society should remain cautious from the spiritual or platonic people who hide their sexuality under shelter of spirituality. The cases are known in India. Atomic sex. There is a divine truth behind sex. We see sex exists in many levels. Physical level, we are aware of it. Definitely there is a law of attraction which operates. So in sexuality, it is one of the first stimulus. It does exist purely. Physical bodies coming close to each other. There is a physical component in the sexuality. Apart from the physicality, there is a nervous element in sexuality, but that is called sexual itch. An itching sensation in those parts very physically, which brings the whole cascade of events and bring up the whole thing again back to the forefront. Sexuality and spirituality, one river and the two streams. The flow of energy that connects us is amplified when we honor our bodies and bodies of others. Exploring and expressing sexuality is a spiritual process that deepens the relationship with others. Sexuality as a central aspect of human throughout the life. Sexuality is regarded as a normal, universal force expressing itself through the countless forms. Sexuality encompasses sex, gender, identity, and roles, sexual orientation, eroticism, pleasure, intimacy, and reproduction. Sexual. Main family life education teaches the role and responsibility of male and female towards each other in all relationships. Public discussion of topics of sexual nature are widely considered as taboo in Indian society. 9 Indian states have banned talking about sexuality in the schools. The traditional Indian psyche will need to be approached tentatively with a psychological insight when challenged. Sex is very normal, natural, healthy phenomena. Sex is for procreation and for recreation. Sequence of trend sexuality in India. It is shown that if we go into old era, it was Rang Rangeli during Krishna time. Then the school time we have seen. And now if you see in the marriages and the landing into the premarital sex. Modern Kam Sutra, a pornography. Swadhisthana Chakra. It governs both reproductive organ and imagination. It is stimulated during pornography and act in the two ways. Creative for society, expansion of family. Destructive as male cannot control themselves, so they act in two ways. Masturbation, abstinence, or rape. It's female who should care and save themselves from such incidences. So the life school education program should be implemented extensively in all the schools for both gender. Age of losing virginity. It is more from 16 to 20 years is 83%, and before 16 years, 7%, and 10% from 21 to 24 years. Rape cases are increased because of sex education is not being implemented in our country. Need of hour. It will decrease the negative hazards of sexual behavior like unwanted, unplanned pregnancy or infections. It will enhance the value of relationship and decision making with the opposite gender. It will eradicate the lack of knowledge and create right attitude in adolescents. 300 million youth from 12 to 24 are revealing their mounting preferences from premarital sex, as I have shown in the last slide. Just see the celebrities. बचपन में मेरा भी यौन शोषण हुआ. अनुष्का is a Divanga, the departed soul of Ravi Shankar's daughter, says that she was also being sexually abused. 53% of children in India are sexually abused. 72% of the children do not talk about it and suffer in silence, has been shown in Satyamev Jayate. A majority of these children have been abused by the people known to them. 64% of incest survivors were abused between the age of 10 to 18 years. 32% of incest survivors were abused between the age of 2 to 10 years. 87% of incest survivors are abused repeatedly. 19% of abused were currently living with the rest, at least one of their abuser. That is a drastic step. Status of Indian adolescent: 0.5% teenagers get information from parents, while 67% get from the media and internet. They are mostly on pornography and WhatsApp group. 42% of students got their first dose of sex-related information from 11 to 15 years of age when they are still in the school. 6 Indian state survey shows that premarital relationship is increasing in our country by the age of 15 years. So we need to be cautious about this, and parents should attend the parenting classes of sex education. Children are getting hooked on pornography from class 9, that they are 15 years of age onwards, even in school premises, and has been a big issue in school authority, was shown in one of the TV show. Why sexual education is important? Adolescents are exposed to a great deal of information from social media or from friends. They need to learn facts about human sexuality. Teenagers are hungry for accurate and adequate information. Sexual expression is a basic instinct and need. Once they are hooked up in the net of these things, they can never come out of these things. Why sexual education is important? 1/5 of the world population is between 10 to 19 years. Age of puberty has decreased because of the better nutrition in our country. Age of marriage has been increased because the children are after jobs and education. They face long gap between the two to get married, so they are more living in the relationship. Young people indulge in sexual activity earlier in life, not aware of the consequences of their behavior. Sexual feeling. Everyone has a sexual feeling as they mature and sexually attracted to the other people. We have also passed from that stage, but we need to educate our children, recognizing sexual feeling, in which gatekeepers can help get teenagers. You should be willing to discuss the power of sexual feeling and difference between feeling and doing. There is a lot of difference between feeling and doing. When a child in the family is talking about it, don't commit that, and don't imagine that the child is involved in sexuality, but just he is inquiring about it. Good time to talk. There is no magic number in terms of age, but between 9 to 12 years is the best time to consider physical and psychosexual maturation of the child. Body changes to be explained. This is excellent time for gatekeeper to begin discussing about values and belief about issues such as dating, relationship, wet dream, and premarital sex, which is increasing in our country. They need reasonable amount of privacy and truth. Sexual feelings are stronger. They are less able to discuss issue straightforward. It is better to encourage them for talking. Behave and respect. Knowledge and equipment won't encourage teen involved in the premature sex relationship. Stay calm. Don't over romanticize sex. Don't scare your child. Instead, that no matter what happens, you are there for them so that they are prevented from the sexual abuse repeatedly. Facts and value. Facts are facts about the sex. Nobody can change across the planet. But values belongs to your family, and it is your parents' duty to inculcate values in your own child. Motivate them to delay sex. Gatekeepers need to direct their teens towards self-empowering goal, teach proper boundary like Lakshman Rekha, go to the epics of our country. There is a lot messages are in our country which can be delivered to our children through the small stories. Should keep them busy with the schoolwork, games, and volunteer social and spiritual work. If teenagers do not get love from their parents, they view sex as a way to get it. Best way to keep them away from the peer pressure is to raise their self-esteem. Spiritual interconnectedness is associated with a lower likelihood of voluntary sexual activity, building self-esteem to the teens. It is the duty of the parents to build the self-esteem of their children. It is important. It has influence on their sexual development and making important decisions. Less likely to be under pressure of unwise choices, one should appreciate their talent, personality, looks, accomplishment without comparison with the other children. Treat them with the respect, listen their ideas, keep your both the ears open so that when you keep your both the ears open, that goes to your heart and you take a right decision because it goes to your brain and the happy hormones are released. Self-respect begins with the respect and consideration they receive from you and others, so they do not take the wrong step and they take the right decision in their life. Knowledge and power, right, respect, and responsible decision is the right choice for the children, and that you can only the parents can inculcate in the children. How much teens needs to know? Discuss the right time. Your willingness to talk openly about this subject will make it easier. When you are seeing on the TV show, don't go to the bedroom or don't go to the drawing room, and the mother should not go to kitchen, but rather they should take the advantage of talking on this issue openly when there is a incidence. Teenagers needs to know. Desire is one of the joy and wonder of being human, but it takes long time to know how to handle it. Sexuality is a natural part of adolescence, though it does not necessarily mean beginning sexual activity. Any sexual involvement should be by the mutual consent that should be inculcated in the children. When talking about sexuality, follow the teen's lead. If the conversation is not in the right direction, even then express your values and facts, but don't lecture them. They don't like preaching. They need to know about the birth control supplies to practice safer sex. A father in America can provide condom to his child, ja beta enjoy kar, but not in our country. It is not fair. When not to talk? It is not better to talk about sex if conversation seems to be too tense, unpleasant for the adolescent. In public place or their friends are there, in the middle of the family argument or crisis, when you are extremely embarrassed or fearful about sex, when you are experiencing sexual problem in your own marriage, when child refuses to do so, appear extremely nervous. This can be a sign of child possibility be sexually abused. Gently assure him for telling you, reassure you still love as before. If they don't talk, if they don't ask, don't let their silence you to talk. Show that it is okay to talk about sex issue by talking with you, spouse or other adult. When children are around, see when it is appropriate. Go to one of their movie, watch one of their TV show, listen to their music. You will come to know what the child is feeling and what is his movement in the things. Open the door of discussion of sex and values. Comments in the sex-related events in every day of life. Notice a pregnant friend and consider others' personal product. It is a good time to start talking about it. Abstinence, a positive approach. While teaching sexuality, accentuate the advantage of dealing sexual intercourse. Acknowledge them that the physical intimacy between two loving adults is beautiful and joyful. Teach them many dating couples decide to practice abstinence rather than regretting future for the loss of virginity. Best way to avoid sexual pressure is to anticipate and discuss it. Teens like to behave sex if they enter puberty earlier. Socialize with the youngster who approve of and encourage sexual activity. Place little value on education. Have poor relationship with their parents, particularly with the father, because usually the father do not involve in delivering the sex education, not talking about sex education. They tell the mother, ask the mother. Rarely attend religious program. Role of gatekeeper. They should talk and affirm as they are primary source of information and guidance. Teens develop positive, healthy attitude about sex with authentic communication. Positive communication helps to establish individual value and healthy decision. Teens need to be taught against sexual exploitation, sexual aggression, guilt feeling associated with the feeling of wrongdoing. Advise them to wait for their chance to have sex with the legal partner in future date. What happens if you don't teach sex? The other teacher becomes the porn teacher, which surely conditioning male brain towards unrealistic sexuality is a erotic sex. Masturbation, it is a beginning of pleasure. Analogy of masturbation, often insight of equation of our sexuality. Knowing how to love and experience pleasure even just with ourselves, it is an inborn skill than knowing how to solve algebraic equation. It is most common sexual act offer the root of understanding of our sexual anatomy. Masturbation recognizes essential truth that we are all human beings. Masturbation continue to carry religious taboos. Masturbation is the only sexual practice that most people can do and enjoy throughout their lifespan. 100% men masturbate while women 82%. It is a practice of solo sex and teaches of both gender. 2000 studies show that male masturbation may improve immune system of health and prostate. In women, it builds pelvic floor, muscle, and satiety. It is a stress reliever and a sleep aid. What is sex? Love is vertical and sex is horizontal. Sex basically means gender, male or female. Sex is normal human response. How it can be taboo? Because of the sex, we are all here on this planet. It is a difference in body structure which separate attract each other. It also means sex appeal, the attraction that draws male and female to each other. The sex has a both gender design and copulative connotation. To sex education. Starting sex education at a young age can normalize taboo effect. It curbs the spread of misinformation around the sex and sexuality. Comprehensive sex education can decrease cases of sexual abuse. It can help the healthy attitude toward the sex and sexuality. Explain, when you are talking, explain the reproductive organ to children. This is the best diagram I found in the net, how you can explain the children about the female organ. How to impart sex education. This is a very good slide from the government of India. Can be fixed anywhere. In the first socket, it is a premarital sex. When the children are going into the middle socket, it is a marital phase. And the third socket is extramarital. Unsatisfied or powerful people, 53% female and 43% in male are in extramarital relationship in our country. Hazards and risks. Sexually transmitted diseases, unintended pregnancy, emotional upset, unplanned parenthood, immature relationship lead to the risk of feeling hurt, jealous, pain of broken heart, or being used. A romantic relationship in the 2/3 of the children by the age of 16 years is increasing. Teaching methodology in the school. Present curriculum is not properly designed. The schools should have counseling facilities for the value-based life skill education to safeguard our adolescent. It should be taught in a small group by the male gender teachers to avoid embarrassment for the both student and teacher in Indian cultural milieu. It is better if the pediatrician and adolescent physician school counselor are involved to de-link responsibility of teachers for imparting sex education. Comprehensive sex education. Comprehensive reduces the sexually transmitted infection, unintended pregnancy, improves self-knowledge and self-efficacy, increases act of sexual debut and safe sex and condom use. Human sexuality and spirituality. Physical aspect to enjoy beauty is not a sin, but not at the cost of someone's discomfort. The mental aspect, giving time, finding happiness in making partners happy. Spiritual aspect, do not hurt someone if possible and do not hurt yourself. Maslow's need of hierarchy, 1943, shows that what is Western psychology, physical need and to self-actualization or to remain on the top of the world. But what is the Eastern psychology is from root and to going to the spirituality, going to the ground chak Sahasradhara. 14-year child is sexually active is a normal. A 14-year-old child goes to the spirituality is a wonder in the world that happens with Lord Buddha. Our own institution of sexuality and spirituality, place of learning, sexuality and spirituality, unique monument on the planet only in the India. It is a part of opening of spirituality after satisfying out of 9, 7 are welcoming door like hearing, smell, and eating, viewing. 2 exit door below the navel. One is a physical relief, and the other active through the sacral chakra is to enjoy mental relief, procreate, and to achieve ultimate goal of spirituality to the soul. Love may not remain forever. Relationship below navel of sexuality and spirituality is the ultimate, even in the retain in the space said by the Lord Buddha. Achieving spirituality in our own culture, midbrain activation. Left brain is a man ki baat. From when you touch the door of spirituality in the temple from the right hand, that the left brain is activated, and that is a logical brain. When a priest is ringing the bell in the temple, definitely from the left hand, the right brain is activated. So it is more of a spiritual brain. So you take the dil ki baat. So the happy midbrain is activated, happy hormones are released, dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and epinephrine. The children going to the spiritual places are less involved in the activity. The echo of the bell takes 7 seconds to activate 7 chakra of the body. A well-designed bell could also produce sound of Om. Sexuality to spirituality, sexuality and spirituality are interwoven. Sexual energy, excitement generated in the pelvic region to raise psychic energy up. Sexual energy traveling down through the sexual chakra, exit in the creation and end phase of sexuality, and while traveling up to the crown chakra, begins to the spirituality. It is through the chakra to the very crown of the head. It enters in the union with the cosmic organism, which is internally generated by sexual play, as Hinduism suggests. Sexuality to spirituality, there are right hand and left hand path. The right hand path seeks achieve the elevation of psychic energy through the meditation and spiritual discipline rather than the actual sexual practice, that is Dakshinacharya. The left hand warm path requires sexual expression, warm word. Although we may want to maintain sexuality and spirituality go hand in hand, the reality for many people is that exists in the total population. Faith, as a set of faith, place of worship, healthy, loving, and safe relationship. Teens need to be more than the role model. Teens need adults who are authentic, one who cares about young people. They live in the real world, and to be comfortable, they need an evolving identity. Teens is a sacred journey from sexuality to spirituality. You are the one to help them in this journey. They are the gatekeepers of our society. यौन ही अध्यात्म में एक मार्ग, तृष्णा छूटे तो कृष्णा मिले. Faith. Intimacy is not just physical, it is mental, emotional, and spiritual. Connect on the deeper level if you desire a long-lasting relationship. Roadmap of spirituality. Sex and sexuality is a phase of physical intimacy for creativity. Spirituality can only be achieved by enjoying, passing through sex to spirituality. Sexuality is a phase of silence, non-verbal phase of togetherness. Path of spirituality is through yoga, meditation, samarpan, and drashta. Teens have a personal and inner experience of sexuality to achieve ultimate goal of spirituality. Teens' spirituality is intense due to their experience through the religion, nature, science, and love. Teens' spirituality dimension is through their humanness, emotion, intelligence, and social aspect of life, even in COVID period. Roadmap of spirituality. Message, a job of gatekeeper, age-appropriate information, basic facts about sex and spirituality. Talk less, listen more and see in their eyes, encourage queries in appropriate time, anticipate and be prepared for any question, be non-judgmental, ask open-ended question, use teachable moment, be honest, question behind question, imbibe values when it is possible. Keep the discussion ongoing even if it is late, even if your child is sexually abused, you should talk about sexuality to your child. Thank you very much. Always use SIM given by the God. That is the jewel of human being. That is the tongue. बातें गिरा देती हैं, फासलों की दीवारें. Talk, 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 and talk to your children. That is the only thing that can prevent sexual abuse in our country, that can give sexual education to your child. Thank you so much for.
Thanks, Dr. Tudeja, for your excellent speech. You have covered all aspects of sex education. What you have told is that sex is not physical alone. It has a great role in spirituality. So you have told the importance of sex in education in children. And what you have told is that it has to be started from kindergarten to the high school level and even beyond that. So, and that you have told the role of family life education, and you also told the sex education in our ancient cultures in Krishna Leela and etc. If you are not giving sex education to our children, they will naturally go to illicit sites. They will get wrong informations, and that may lead to complications. So we need sex education mainly to avoid risk and high risk behavior. And for that, sex education is a must. So I don't know whether sex education is included in the curricula in school. So actually, this has to be included in the school curricula, at least 1 hour every year from standard 5 to standard 12. So, and in that also, not only one person, both genders should be there when you teach sex education. As you said correctly, small group discussions is best to convey the message. And this is very important to prevent all sorts of POXO cases. All this happens mainly due to lack of sex education. And finally, he said the sex is beyond physical need, and actually it's a spiritual thing. And so the importance of faith. It is not physical faith alone. It's a long-lasting faith in all aspects of life. And so we need sex education pre-martial and martial. And I don't know whether I can't see any questions in the chat box. And everybody has congratulated Dr. Tudeja, your wonderful presentation. But the point is that the people who can influence the government should see that this should be there in the curricula, at least 1 hour a year from standard 5 to standard 12. Any questions? Any questions from the audience? I can't see any questions. I would like to thank once more the organizers, Dr. Shibu, Dr. Ranjit, Dr. Deepa, Dr. Jayaraman, Dr. Joni, President-elect Dr. Ramesh Kumar, and Professor Dr. M.K. Nair sir, and all the dignitaries, Dr. Sri Prasad, for giving me the opportunity, and my co-chairperson, Dr. Jason. Any questions? We are ready to answer. 1 or 2 questions we can accommodate.
I know,
Dr.
sir.
Ranjit, I can't see any questions in the chat box.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Tudeja sir, wonderful presentation.
I am sure that our dynamic incoming president, Dr. Ramesh Kumar, is going to take this issue to the government of India.
And also, sir, I have one request. So that means pediatricians are in most of the government hospitals, they are giving care to children up to 12 years of age only. But in private hospital is different. So the care of the children, adolescents has to be by pediatricians alone. Government should take some action. Our President Piyush Gupta sir has told that he will try to implement that all children up to 18 years should be under the care of pediatricians, not by adolescents. So they are no man's land. Adolescents are no man's land. So that we should take some effort.
Now it is our land. Now it is our land, sir. Now it is our land.
In government hospitals, it's not like that, sir.
So it will come up, sir. Our dynamic president, incoming president, Dr. Ramesh is going to take it to the government of India.
Okay, that's our. He should see that it should happen.
I am very sure about him.
Yes, sir. That's great. That's great. Dr. Ranjit?
With the guidance of Dr. MKC sir and Jason and Dr. Sachi Kamath and you all. Dr.
Ranjit?
Yes, sir.
Any questions? I can't see any questions in the chat box. Can we wind up the session?
Yes, sir. There is no questions. So there was an excellent session by Tuteja sir and well moderated by our respected Jason sir and Jagumar sir. Now we are moving to the second session of the conference. Now we are moving to the second session of the CME, that is life skills for adolescent. We have the chairpersons like Dr. Shanavas sir, the HOD Pediatrics, GMC Alappuzha, and Dr. Johnny Sebastian sir, the Vibrant Secretary of IAP Kerala, and speaker is Dr. Preeti Madam, and welcome the chairpersons and speaker. Over to the chairpersons.
Very good morning to all. Am I audible?
Audible, sir. Audible.
Yes, sir.
So at the outset, I express my sincere thanks. I express to IAP Adolescent Chapter of Kerala and also IAP and Alappuzha Academy Pediatrics for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. So we all know that adolescence is a vital stage of growth and development. It marks the period of childhood to adulthood. It is a time at which the relationship extends beyond the family and they depends on more of their peers. So this is a time that these children needs more life skills in the form of creative thinking, critical thinking, effective communication, problem solving, interpersonal relationship, and self-awareness. So to enlighten on this topic, we have got Dr. Preeti M. Galagali. She is the Adolescent and Adult Health Specialist, Bangalore Adolescent Care and Counseling Center. And Madam is the Central IAP Executive Member in 2021, National Coordinator of IAP Digital Wellbeing and so many other things. And Madam has 70 international and national scientific publications and 200 international and national scientific presentations. Madam has awarded with FIAP in 2019 and International Scholarship in 2017, Society for Adolescent Health and Medicine. And she has done oration in Jagadish Dubai oration and also MBS in Air oration 2017 for Kerala Adolescent Health Academy. Over to you, Madam, for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me. And as I share my screen, I would like to put on record, coming to Kerala is like coming back to school for me, because this is where I learned my adolescent medicine. And I am so very grateful to Kerala IAP and AHA for inviting me here to talk in front of my teachers, that is Dr. MKC Nair, Dr. Tuteja. Can you all see my slides?
No, ma'am. Okay. Yes, now coming. Yes.
Yeah, is it coming? You can see my slides?
Yeah.
Yes.
I would also like to thank Dr. Kamath, who launched the diet program during his presidential action plan. And that was for adolescents at school. And that was also a very key program. Dr. Anand Keshavan had done the Malayalam version, and I was fortunate enough to do the Indian version. Now, I'm sure each one of us who's there in this webinar wants adolescents to be champions. And this, by the way, is the under-19 Indian cricket team, which won the World Cup a couple of years ago. So we want them to be champions, champions of life and champions for life. I'm sure all of us have these visions for adolescents and young adults under our care. We want them to be strong enough to actually handle all adversities, giving the example of Avani Lekara, who was, due to a road traffic accident at the age of 11 years, rendered paraplegic, but this did not stop her from winning the gold medal for India, the first ever gold medal in shooting in Paralympics in Tokyo this year. We would like them to be champions, definitely. We would definitely not want them to handle a breakup in relationship in this way. And this is a news which is from Times of India just 2 days ago. We would want them to respect each other and actually vouch for rights of each other and never ever harm other people. We would also want them to make healthy choices and not fall into the trap of unhealthy eating, poor physical activity, unhealthy media usage, risky driving, bullying, sexual assault, smoking, drugs, alcohol, suicide, and self-harm. And you have been actually, I'm amazed by the activities done by Kerala AHA, and I think you have been dealing with all these aspects in all your programs over the years. And yes, life skills plays a big role in preventing all these higher risk behaviors. The corona itself has put us into a flood of anxiety, corona anxiety, corona insomnia, corona obesity. We are all having all these mental and physical health problems, and we have to become still stronger. Yes, we are all in the same storm of the COVID, but we are not on the same boat. Some have excellent resilience skills. Some have so much of food to eat that they are becoming obese, and some of the young people have no food to eat. They're in fact dying of hunger. Some have so much access to online facility that they're becoming addicted to the media. And some have none at all, that they're not even having education. So life skills is one social vaccine which will help our adolescents to deal with all these adversities and will increase their social quotient, emotional quotient, and even adversity quotient. We just celebrated Gandhi Jayanti yesterday, and I would like to take this saying of Mahatma Gandhi for the tagline for my talk: education for life, education through life, and education throughout life. And that explains life skills at its best. So my objective today is to ensure that each one of you gets motivated to become a life skill coach for adolescents and young adults under your care. In the next few minutes, I'll go through a definition, types of life skills, why are they important in adolescents, touch on the research in this field, talk about a methodology of a life skills session, maybe give you a glimpse of a practical session and the challenges to life skill education in the end. So to put it simply, life skills are tools needed to face life boldly, successfully, happily. They open the closed doors of mind. And WHO, way back in 1997, actually defined life skills as abilities for adaptive and positive behavior that enable individuals to deal effectively with demands and challenges of everyday life. And if you look at this definition very, very closely, these are skills for psychosocial competence. And as I go further, I'm also remembered of my teacher, my very first teacher who taught me life skills, who's there in the audience today, Dr. Jason Unni. And I would actually like to dedicate this talk to him. It's the first time I learned about life skills from him. I would also remember two important world leaders, Barack Obama and Prime Minister Modi, who faced innumerable difficulties in their childhood and adolescence, but using their life skills, they actually came through all these difficulties and became world-class leaders. So these are the kind of stories which you need to share with adolescents when you are talking about life skills. Now, life skills in action, the simplest story to actually explain life skills is the story, the Panchtantra story of the thirsty crow. So can you, for a moment, just close your eyes and think, what skills did the crow use to adapt to the situation, to survive, and even thrive? So the first thing he did was, he was aware that he was thirsty, and if he did not quench his thirst, he would die. And he definitely wanted to live. This is an example of self-awareness and self-esteem. The second thing is, I'm sure he took 3 mindful breaths. He coped with his stress. He said, chill, cool down. He told himself, he coped with his emotions. And what did he do next? He used his creative thinking to think of multiple solutions. He tapped the ground, he tapped the pot. So he was trying to look for water. And then he used his critical thinking to analyze. If I tap the ground, I'm not getting water. If I tap the pot, I'm not getting water. So what did he decide? He decided to choose the one plan which he thought might work, pick up the stones, put them in the water. He solved his problem and flew away happily. So did you see what life skills were being used in this circumstance? And here you have the core life skills which have been told by WHO. What was not used in this particular story was, let me modify the story a little bit and think he is the leader of a flock of crows who are all thirsty. So what would this thirsty crow do? He would have a lot of empathy for the other crows. He would tell them, hey, this is the way to get water, uses effective communication and interpersonal skills, and actually save the whole flock of crows. So the core life skills talk about psychosocial competence, managing your emotions, and also helping others to manage their emotions and being very, very helpful. Now, there are other specific life skills to deal with peer pressure, family expectations, media pressure, and they are usually a combination of these core life skills. Now, this was done way back in 1997, and with time, things are going to change. But for now, we can also classify these life skills into emotional skills, that is coping with stress and emotion, thinking skills, the cognitive skills, creative and critical thinking, problem solving, decision making, and the social skills, which I already talked to you about. I'm sure with the 21st century, the framework is going to change. And very soon, we are going to have leadership skills, collaboration skills, social and civic engagement skills, apart from the creative, cognitive, and the emotional, which are already there. But if you look at it very closely, this is all a collaboration or a combination of all the core life skills, which are extremely essential. And I'm sure in the next Adolecon, I would be talking about digital life skills because of the existing digital revolution. I'll be talking about cybersecurity, cyberbullying, screen time, digital citizen identity, privacy management, media literacy, digital footprints, and digital empathy. Again, have a close look. All these aspects use all the 10 core life skills. Why is it so important in adolescence? You know, the three key things which happen in adolescence, apart from the other things which happen, is the bids for autonomy and independence. They want to take their decisions independently. You tell them to eat healthy, they would probably not eat healthy unless they are convinced why they should eat. And we have to enable them to make healthy choices in life. The second thing is a movement away from the family towards the peers. So we have to teach them how to look for positive peer pressure, how to handle negative peer pressure. And the third thing which happens is reward-seeking behavior. They are looking for healthy rewards. We want them to learn new things in life, maybe singing, dancing, sports, and not fall into the unhealthy trap of drugs and excessive media use. So there are changes in the biopsychosocial domains. In fact, adolescent is an age next to infancy where rapid changes, developmental changes take place. Sometimes it's too stressful to manage these changes, and adolescents need life skills to manage all the normative changes which are taking place in this phase. We are all familiar with the neurobiology. We know that the prefrontal cortex, the control of emotions and reward-seeking behavior only develops in the late 20s. Adolescents are known to be impulsive, and to really control those impulses, to make that pause before making a decision, I often tell them about the traffic light and tell them, when you have to make a decision, stop. Gain all the knowledge. Suppose you want to indulge in sex within a loving relationship. Think about what are the consequences and how are you going to actually indulge in safe, responsible behavior, and then press the green signal. So life skills allow them to actually self-regulate and give them the pause. The current social milieu, so many expectations, so much of media exposure and change in the value system. So many things are happening. Life skills are very important for them to make healthy choices, to empower them. And in the current family system, where grandparents, uncles and aunts are not there actually to give the traditional life skill training per se by professionals has an important role to make informed, healthy choices. We are all familiar with the phenomena of tracking. So what happens is that the habits which are made in adolescent tend to track into adulthood. So it is important for us to help the adolescent to make these healthy choices in life so that they remain healthy for life. In fact, the WHO has said that 66% of the adult mortality and 33% of the adult morbidity is due to causes which start in the adolescent, that is poor stress management, obesity, and drug use. And all these can be prevented by life skills. So life skills helps in disease prevention, health promotion, and even in clinical practice in counseling. There is a vulnerable group who faces many more challenges than the other adolescents. And you'll agree with me, these are the children who are very poor, who face violence and drug use in their homes, home atmosphere, street children, orphans, abused, those in childcare institution, juveniles, LGBT, those with neurodevelopmental and mental disorders, chronic medical disorders, and school dropouts. They are in need of life skills much more than even the other adolescents, though we all vouch for universal life skill training. Yes, there is some research available from India, and this is a research from Bangalore, from NIMHANS, which says that the 3 months of life skill education program actually increases the pro-social behavior, general efficacy, and self-esteem. And now, in fact, there is a movement to even test the quality of life skill training program. But remember, they are all small sample sizes, and we need this kind of research to be replicated on the national level to really say with authentication that life skill training works. With the research that is available, the life skill training has been used in the field of sexuality, in preventing teen pregnancy, in promoting responsible sexual behavior, postponing early marriage, prevention of HIV, prevention and treatment of reproductive tract infections and sexually transmitted infections, care and support for people living with HIV/AIDS, and in addressing sexual harassment. Life skills have also been used in promoting resilience in adolescents and young adults with cancer, and even resilience in their parents. Prevention of substance abuse, there's a lot of work done in this field. Prevention of violence, suicide, decrease in school dropout, absenteeism, study skills and career decision, and appreciating developmental changes in adolescents in nutrition and personal hygiene. So you can see that life skill training actually covers the whole spectrum of adolescent health issues, and they should be promoted at each level. From our own research and what we did a couple of years ago in various schools, the schools demanded for life skill based education the maximum for sexuality, next for nutrition, study skills, coping with stress, personal hygiene, self-esteem, and problem solving. So this gives you an idea what Indian schools ask from professionals like us. So what are the essentials of a life skill education program? Each life skill education program should be designed so that it is age appropriate. And you'll ask me, when is the earliest age that you can start life skill programs? Actually, there is a move by UNICEF and WHO and other organizations to start life skill education program for early childhood development. And you know, ECD is the flagship program of IAP this year. So life skills can be started as early as that. They should be age appropriate, developmentally and culturally appropriate. Now, the routine learning in schools is rote learning, but life skills is different. It is participatory, experiential, and it nurtures consequential thinking. The group of life skill education, when we give to students, we usually have not more than 20 to 30 students, and we make each one of them participate in all the activities. And as you know, adolescents, early adolescents and middle adolescents lack Formal logical operation, life skills actually teaches them how to nurture consequential thinking. So the formal methodology of life skill is usually module based, and it consists interactive talks, role plays, brainstorming, educational games, discussions, and a question box. At the end of the session, we have a question box, and where we tell the adolescents to put their questions either anonymously or by writing their names, and we address all their questions. To give you an example, if you do a life skill session of drug use, your first talk would be about the drugs which are being used, why adolescents use the drugs. You keep it interactive, ask them, test what is their knowledge, tell them how drugs affect the brain, and then do a role play for withstanding peer pressure, negative peer pressure. So this is just an idea how we do the life skill by a formal methodology. Now, the non-formal methodology can be adopted by all teachers and by parents at home. Make it interactive, inspirational, lively, enjoyable, and fun. Adolescents love the fun aspect of life skill education. Parents can role model good behavior, for example, anger management, stories, like I said, Panchatantra, Hitopadesha, books, my experiments with truth, poems, Rani Lakshmi Bai poems, songs, movies, Three Idiots, religious teachings, Bhagavad Gita, excellent way of teaching life skills. Games, sports, treks, learning new skills, organizing events, family gatherings actually teach the adolescent how never ever to give up and how to function as a team. Current events, news, role plays, puppet shows, and dramas are all fantastic ways of inculcating life skills at home. So life skills can be imparted at home, in schools, anganwadis, community centers, clinics, and hospitals. And now for a glimpse of a practical session, coming to self-esteem. What I usually tell the adolescents is, I have a magic box here, and you have the picture of the person who's the most special person in your life. And I ask them, who is that person? They usually say mother, father, friend. But then I tell them to open the box, and this box has a mirror. So I tell them the most special person is you yourself. And now tell me your strengths, weaknesses, desires, and dislikes. I can see a big smile on their face when they see their own reflection in the mirror, and this helps them to understand the self-worth. And this is called the mother of all life skills. So never ever give up. I also show them this bouncing ball, and I said the harder you put the ball down, the higher it goes up. So you should have that inner resilience in you, that once you are down due to adversity, you bounce back and you do better than before. And this it builds up their motivation to do well in life. Talking about empathy, I give them this example. You're going on the road, one of your friends falls into a pothole. What will you do? You love your friend very much. You have a lot of sympathy for him. You actually jump into the pothole and start crying with him. Well, this is no good. And you may be very apathetic. You don't even bother about your friend. The empathy would be you understand your friend. You put yourself in the friend's shoes and you reach out. You maybe get a rope to help him out of that difficult situation. So this is one of the activities we do with them. Interpersonal skills is not only about making and nurturing friendly relationships, but also to be able to end relationships constructively. For example, that boy who broke up, it's okay to move on. It is the person's right to refuse a relationship, to accept it and move on with life rather than harming the person whom you loved once. I'll give you an example of interpersonal skills. I was taking this session for young people, and I gave this sentence to this group of young people, and I said, one of your friends has borrowed your Harry Potter book, your favorite Harry Potter book, and has lost it. What will you do now? So this boy got up and said, I will kill him. And you could see a lot of anger on his face. I reversed the question and I said, just for a minute, imagine that you have lost your friend's favorite Harry Potter book. What would you do now? What do you expect your friend to do? He calmed down. There was relief on his face and calmness. And he said, I would expect my friend to forgive me. And then I asked him, can you do the same for your friend now? He said, yes. So the golden rule of interpersonal skills is treat other people the way you want yourself to be treated. Coming to effective communication, we do a game with the children. We ask them to talk about their favorite holiday with their backs to each other. And then we tell them to reverse the situation and talk to each other, facing each other. And then how did you feel? When were you more comfortable? We tell them, and the importance of verbal, non-verbal communication, active listening. We tell them that communication, words have only 7% role to play. The maximum role is by the body language, tone, and the voice. We also tell them about active listening, the components of active listening, to pay attention to the other person, to give minimal response. Oh, really? Okay. And then to paraphrase emotions and paraphrase words, and then to summarize what the other person is saying. So some of these techniques can be taught in a very interesting way with the children. One emotion which most of the children fall very difficult to cope up with is anger. And this is because the limbic system is on a high in the adolescent age group. I'm sure many of us in this audience also do have a problem with anger. So I give them this example. You are watching the television, India-Pakistan cricket match, last over, 10 runs to score. Your mother comes back from the office and switches off the TV. What do? You take the remote and you throw it and you break the remote. What happens next? Your mother gets extremely angry and she says, no television for the next 1 week. So what have you done here? You have created a new problem. So what should you be
audible.
Recognize that you are getting angry. India-Pakistan match, very important for me to see. Very nice. Today, can I continue to watch television for just, you could express yourself or you can. So you choose what is right. Often tell them how to also express your anger in what happened. Amma, you shouted at me today. I did not like it. Next time you want to tell me something, please call me to the room separately and tell me what I need to do without hurting Amma. We also talk to them about stress management and tell them that stress is extremely important to cope with. There is no escaping stress, and we teach them about skills to maintain health, coping and problem-solving skills, and relaxation technique. In fact, we demonstrate mindful meditation to them. And we sometimes discuss cases like this with them, and we tell them, use the life solve this problem. Vibha's 18-year-old friend Dhani said, how should Vibha help Dhani? So we tell them to build self-esteem. Tell your friend that definitely running away or suicide is not an option. Cope with your stress and emotions. Think of multiple solutions and then choose the best solution. So what Dhani chose was to confide in mother and then probably go for an abortion. And then use your effective communication and interpersonal skills, solve the problem in a way that is most appropriate. So these are the case discussions which we do with the children, and we allow them to choose the best solution. So when talking about the formal methodology, we have excellent modules and Indian modules available, which can be accessed from the NIMHANS site, from the Government of India, Sabla module, RKSK, CBSE, and the WHO CRO website. What are the challenges? And this is a very good study, a global evaluation of life skill education program, which was published by UNICEF in 2012. They said most of the governments lack a national and political commitment to actually follow formal life skill education in schools. If you remember, there was a sexuality-based life skill education program. A couple of years ago, it was banned. Why? Because it was supposed to be not culturally appropriate. So interdepartmental collaboration is important. Human resource department, health department have to collaborate. Lack of trained facilitators. We overload the teachers with life skill education. Actually, we should be having trained facilitators. Reaching out to school adolescents is difficult. School curriculum should devote at least 14 hours per academic year to life skill. Again, getting time is difficult. Evaluation and quality control is extremely tough. Now I end with this case, which you can use it in your clinical practice. And I faced with this case of intense anxiety. This young lady had been accepted by a foreign university to USA, but there were travel restrictions. And she was absolutely anxious and she was petrified that she would lose an ear. And this was a brilliant girl. So I made this diagram with her in clinical practice. What can I control? What I cannot control. And then we wrote down what are the options which are available, explore options for obtaining a travel waiver, request the university for an online course, request university to defer admission to the next semester, join a short vocational course till foreign opportunities open up, and join an Indian university for undergrad studies. So what did she do? She chose option C as the first option. She asked for a deferring her admission. She was much more relaxed and calm after that by using this life skill approach. By the way, the travel restrictions lifted and now she is back in US happily pursuing the course. In fact, she was almost on the verge of a suicide because of anxiety. So this is a very simple thing to follow, which all of us can do. So you'll all agree with me that life skills enhance psychosocial competence, especially in adolescents. And adolescents are in need for this due to various developmental reasons I explained to you. Life skills have a role in prevention of non-communicable diseases, socio-emotional well-being, in ensuring human rights, peace and prosperity in the world. They're an important component of quality education. By the way, quality education is the sustainable developmental goal number 4. We do need a lot of research. And this research should be country and culture specific research on effective methodology and evaluation of life skills. I would really vouch for life skill training. This is a photograph which was taken around 15 years ago. And all these young people now are doctors, architects, entrepreneurs, scientists. And I did this life skill education program in my clinic. So I would give a full thumbs up to life skill education. Go for it, enjoy it, and make a difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for that excellent, captivating and lucid talk as usual. In fact, you have not left no stone unturned on your way. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We have a question from Decency Unni, sir. Can I ask, ma'am?
Yeah, sure.
What percentage of pediatricians in India have the time to conduct interactive life skills programs in schools? Will digital programs be effective for the vulnerable and difficult to reach children? How do we plan about it?
Sir, now it's because of this pandemic that we are really thinking of digital education in a big way. And I think the way forward would definitely be via the digital education. I have a few problems with the digital mode of interaction. That is, when we are doing it face to face, there is a lot of things which are said non-verbally, which we can make out in the adolescent. It is difficult via the digital communication that way. But if we have no other option, I think digital education is the way to go. How many pediatricians? I say, sir, it depends on your interest, whether you want to really do this or not. But what I can say for sure is that you can adapt this to your clinical practice while doing counseling. Remember the 10 life skills. If you have any case coming to you, think, what are they having a deficit in? If you don't know anything about counseling also, and if you know the 10 life skills, you would be able to counsel them appropriately in clinical practice. As far as going to school goes, I would still say, think of facilitators whom you can train. Being a professional, can you train those facilitators in life skill education and make them the flag bearers probably and give them the support from behind? I hope I did answer this question partially, I'm sure, but you won't be satisfied with this answer, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, and a lot of appreciation for this really excellent, super and informative talk. As we are running short of time, the further questions would be answered by the speaker in the chat box itself. Once again, I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to chair this session. Over to Dr. Ranjit. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti Madam. It is always an inspiring session from you. And thank you, the chairpersons and Joni sir and Shanwaz sir. Next, we go into another interesting talk that is on adolescent parenting. We have an excellent speaker, Dr. Newton Lewis sir. And we have the chairpersons, the dynamic president of AAP, Dr. Sri Prasad sir, and also our own team member, IHA Kerala Dynamics Treasurer, Dr. Deepa ma'am. Over to you, the chairpersons.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me thank the organizers for giving me a chance to chair this session. After brilliant talks by Tudeja sir and Preeti ma'am, our next session is on adolescent parenting. Like Preeti ma'am was mentioning, the newspapers in Kerala yesterday carried a very disheartening news of a 22-year-old lady being murdered by her ex-lover, that too in her college premises. I personally feel that such sensitive news should never occupy the front page of newspapers. And that article also carried a very sad picture of the mother of that girl. And for a moment, I just thought about the parents of that boy who committed the crime. What would have been their mental state yesterday? I can't even imagine that. When I became a parent 16 years ago, when my daughter was born, I thought parenting was a passive process. But as my daughter grew up, I slowly started realizing that parenting is not a passive process, but an active one. It involves conscious efforts. And the moment we become parents, we are being monitored. All our actions, all our deeds, all our talks, everything is being not just monitored, but even copied. Yesterday, as you all know, was a holiday, and we all were at home. My husband had a call from the hospital and had to go. But suddenly we realized that his car's keys were missing. So we all were searching for the car's key. And then my 10-year-old son came and whispered in my ears, like, my dad wants me to be an organized person. So that's the state of affairs. And I know all of you as pediatricians would have received calls from your friends and relatives when their kids turn 10 or 11. Why? Because parenting becomes a bit tricky. So to talk about this topic, adolescent parenting, we have an expert on the subject, and that is none other than our dear Dr. Newton Lewis, sir. He requires no introduction, but as I'm assigned this job, let me introduce with great honor Dr. Newton Lewis, sir. He's a senior pediatrician, Danya Mission Hospital, Thrissur. He has done over 200 classes for adolescents from 1999 onwards for adolescents, parents, teachers, and doctors. He had authored many chapters in textbooks of pediatrics and adolescent medicine. He had published a book on childcare, and also he was a former state secretary of adolescents chapter, NNF, and computer group. He was a former treasurer, secretary, and president of IAP Thrissur. So over to you, sir.
Good morning. Are my slides visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So good morning. My talk is on adolescent parenting, and while talking, I will try to make it as practical as possible. I should remember that not only all of us are pediatricians, but as Dr. Deepa just mentioned, many of us are also parents of adolescents. Slides are not moving. 1 second. Oh, what's happened? Yeah. Okay, if parenting is about bringing up children, parenting of an adolescent is basically about helping a young, dependent child to grow up into a mature and independent adult. There are lots of mental and physical, mental, emotional changes that are occurring and which make adolescent parenting much different from childhood parenting. Now let's look at the mental development. The main change is obviously that there's a sudden, dramatic increase in their intelligence. Throughout childhood, it was all just formal, logical thinking. Now they have moved into abstract thinking. They're able to think about things they have never thought about before, things that they have never experienced before. They can think about where does the universe end, when did time begin, is there a God? They think about everything under the sun. They realize that their intellect is developing very fast. And as a result of this, many of them come to the conclusion at the age of 13, 15 that I know everything. And this creates a lot of stress in the family. My daughter, at the age of 7, 8 years, so she used to ask me umpteen questions, and then I always have to keep on answering her. And then one day she just asked me, Daddy, how come you know everything? And I said, Linda, in the last 1 hour, twice I've had to tell you that I don't know the answer. I'll check up and tell you. She said, yes, that's true. But how come you know everything? They are so impressed by your knowledge when they are 7 and 8, how knowledgeable their parents are. And the same girl at the age of 15, 16 knows that her father is an idiot, father knows nothing. He's terribly old-fashioned. He's got some old ideas. My father knows nothing. Parents, especially fathers, get very upset. My knowledge, my authority is being challenged. They take it very personally. There's nothing to worry about. The same daughter will grow up, and by the age of 20, 25, she has a high level of knowledge. She has experience. Her intellect has developed fully by about 25. So she has a good understanding. And yes, I have my own opinion. I don't always agree with my father, but my father is definitely a very knowledgeable person. So it just, they go through a phase during adolescence when they think that they know everything and their parents are desperately old-fashioned. We, especially fathers, should not take this personally. If my son star wants to tell me that, okay, Messi is the greatest footballer in the world, I believe, I'm a football fan, and I say, no, Ronaldo is better, Pele was greater. What does it matter? If he wants to say Messi is the greatest, okay, Messi is the greatest. He needs to have an opinion of his own. He has ideas which may or may not be correct. He has less experience. And sometimes he will disagree with us and express a different opinion just for the sake of having the pride of expressing an opinion of his own. We needn't take it personally. There's no need to discuss it, to argue it. He says that Messi is the greatest. Okay, so Messi is the greatest. That's all that matters. Okay, and you're a great Congress local leader, and he just says that Marxism will solve all the problems of this world. Again, no need to take this personally. We parents, especially fathers, should not get upset about these things. The child needs to learn to think. If he expresses opinions openly, we get a chance in serious situations to give him an alternative viewpoint. If every time he says something, we put him down, he'll have all sorts of unusual ideas, some dangerous ideas, and we will never come to know about it. Let him express his ideas. Let him learn to think. But not when it comes to studies. Studies are the greatest responsibility of adolescents. And if one of his brilliant ideas is that studies is not relevant, I can go and start working straight away. No, we have to keep on track, whether you like it or not. Studies are your priority. You can have other ideas, but you have to study. And this is an age of maximum study because the intelligence is burgeoning and their study portions are burgeoning. They have no choice. They have to study for 3 hours homework every day. If they study less than 3 hours in adolescence, towards their final years, they are not going to perform at their limit. All of them have difficulties with their studies. For that, we have to get with them and create a timetable with them, in discussion with them. They have to study 3 hours and they can discuss with us and decide when they will study. Because if there's a regular study time, they can study well. If you have to pull them away from their TV and ask them to sit down, they're not going to concentrate and study. And it's not just the quality or quantity of study, the quality is equally important. Their brains should be functioning perfectly, which means 9 hours of sleep, no compromise on either study time or sleep time. And you can decide with you what time to go to sleep, but that has to be regular hours, has to be there. And unfortunately, there are only 24 days in a year. Screen time might have to be limited. And once they start going to school, 10% of children miss breakfast, which is not permissible because they are going to school not just to get attendance. They are going to focus, concentrate, and study, which is not going to happen if you have not missed your breakfast. And after studies, what next? They have to think of their job. And as we all know, it is our duty as parents to guide them, express our opinions, tell them what would be best. But formally, in our time, 40 years ago, there was nothing. Either you do, if you were good in studies, either medicine or engineering, nothing else. The times have changed. The scope has improved so dramatically. Children are going into sports as a full-time occupation, into cultural activities, all sorts of things. And let them, if they have an unusual talent, it is for us to check, to observe whether they have unusual talents, unusual abilities, specific interests, because if you have an interest, it's much easier to study that subject than something that you're not interested in. If you love to do something, then that would provide you with a profession which makes your life enjoyable, because work becomes play. So we have to have a clear understanding of our adolescents so that we can guide them correctly, and not that we should push them into some other field because we want it. I'm a doctor, therefore you should be a doctor. That is not right. My son does not like to socialize too much, and he was wasn't interested in medicine as a result. He was very fond of the computer, so he did his BTech computing. Now he's in Germany and earning 5 times my salary. My daughter, after brilliant school performance, she suddenly decides, I'm going to take up 4th group, humanities, and all the teachers start arguing with her. So I said, that's what you like, that's what you're good at. Go ahead. And today she's an assistant professor in sociology in St. Teresa's College and doing very well. If you have a specific interest and a special ability, go for that, encourage that. But of course, we have a responsibility to guide them. And for that, we have to first understand them. And coming to emotional development. Well, it is a time of rebellion, adolescence. They want independence. Okay, so when they make demand their independence, what I tell the adolescents when I take classes for them is a child, a 5-year-old child has no independence whatsoever. Whatever his parents say, he has to do. But he has no responsibilities. Whatever he wants, it's his parents' duty to satisfy all his needs and, as far as possible, all his wants too. Your parents have full independence. They can do whatever they want. They also have full responsibility, not only towards themselves, but also to look after you. In other words, independence and responsibility are two sides of the same coin. They go hand in hand. So you want independence? Fine. You first have to accept responsibility. Decide with your parents that I will study 3 hours a day at such and such a time. Discuss with them a practical time which fits in with the family timetable. Discuss with them that I will study from 5:30 to 7:30 and again from 8 to 9 and also from 10 to 7, I will go to sleep. So my sleep will not be compromised, study will not be compromised, and I will keep my room clean. I will keep my my bed arranged, my tables arranged. I will take care of my responsibilities, and if possible, also help with the family. And if you actually do this, if you take charge of your own life, if you show that you are responsible, your parents will give you maximum independence. They want to give it to you. They want to get rid of that burden from their shoulders onto you. They're just looking for you to act independent and mature, act as an adult. Okay, that is what you should do. You do. Prove that you are a responsible person, and you will automatically gain independence. This is what I tell the adolescents. But when I talk to parents, I also tell them one point, that independence and responsibility are not something that will suddenly come into an adolescent at the age of 10 years or 15 years. They are things that should be taught to the child from the age of 2 years onwards. A 2-year-old child can eat by himself. He does not have to be hand-fed by his parents at 10. A 6-year-old can take a bath and does not, and you should not see 10-year-old boys being bathed by their mothers. A 4-year-old child can put back her toys with a little bit of help, and we should teach them cleanliness, tidiness from childhood. The independence and responsibility should come naturally throughout childhood, and adolescent, it just becomes, reaches its peak. It's not something that they don't have any responsibility till 10 years, and then after that you expect them to be fully responsible for themselves. Another big issue is the emotional distancing of the child. At the age of 10 years, my daughter comes back from school and she sits there, she has a cup of milk and she has some snack. And during that 10 minutes, before she Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, now so she comes back from work and from play. She has a snack and she goes to play. During those 10 minutes, she tells her mother in summary everything that happened to her in school and use a news report. Okay, the principal sent a notice to the class. The teacher said all these things. That naughty boy did these things. Everything she reports to her mother, and then that's it. And that is important. Her mother listens. May not be important, but you must listen to her because these are important to her, and therefore they are important for you to understand her. Listen to her. Now this same child at the age of 15 comes back from school and has a cup of tea and walks up into her bedroom, nothing to say to her mother. And her mother is upset. She's distancing from me. She doesn't even want to talk to me. And the mother asks her, like, what happened in school today? Nothing. Did the principal say anything? Did anything happen? Nothing. Amma, I went to school, I came back. What can happen? Every day you ask me the same question. She has nothing to talk to her parents about. She's silent. Then she goes back to her room and the silent girl, 15 minutes later, is talking for 1 hour on the phone with her best friend, whom she just left 1 hour back. So there's nothing wrong with her voice box. It's just that she doesn't want to talk to her parents. She wants to separate from them emotionally. She wants to be independent, and not just physically, emotionally, and not just in every way. She wants to be independent, including emotional distance. Why should I cling to my mother all the time? Why should my mother come and embrace me? I'm not a smart child any longer. She wants to deliberately prove to herself that she is emotionally independent. Okay, and a mother should not make the mistake. It's usually the mothers who really get upset of going and clinging to her, and why you're not talking to me, what happened in school, etc. That should not happen. They want to be emotionally independent. Let them get as emotionally independent as they can. But don't get upset with them, and don't believe that force of theirs that they don't want you. The adolescent needs his parents as much as the child does. He doesn't want physically clinging, but he wants you there all the time. And therefore, be aware of their need and be available whenever possible. Dinner should always be a family meal where adolescents, parents sit together, and at this time, no traumatic and emotional discussions. My daughter comes back from her studies from Delhi. She comes back by train, and I pick her up from there. My son comes back by flight. I pick him up from the airport. There's no need. They are grown up, 15, 20, 25, 22. They can come back by themselves. But that's not it. They can take a taxi. They can take an auto and come back home. But we make it a point that both husband, father and mother should go together to pick them up. And then when they're sitting in the car after 5 hours in a flight, sitting in the car, and you just say, how's the trip? Some silly question, how was the flight? And they just say, make some non-committal reply, and then they start talking. You're in a closed environment, so they will start talking to you about a variety of things. We are live close together and to be friendly. Is it not moving suddenly? Again, the computer is, yeah, okay. So our adolescents need us just as our children do, no matter how important we are, no matter how important our job is, no matter how busy we are, our parents need us, and we must be available to them. Another major emotional change is peer influence. They are emotionally separating from us. And because they are separating from us, they still need support, but they cannot ask for that emotional support from their parents. Sometimes there is an alternative, an aunt, a grandmother, a school teacher, which help because these are adults. But frequently they don't get other suitable support. They are separating from adults, and so they still need that support, and the only way they can get it is from their peers. So peer influence becomes very strong. They support each other and they get support from each other, which means that they can influence each other possibly a little too much. This can be good if it's a good peer batch and they are like studies, they are all very keen on studies, then your daughter, your son will be more influenced to study harder. But if they are the type who are into smoking, drugs and other things, it can be very dangerous. So it's nice if we have an idea of what type of friends our children are moving around with. Maybe in the name of some birthday party, or just like that, once in a small little party, call 4 or 5 of your friends, we get to know their friends. And even if not parties, generally from our children's conversations, we will have, or we should have an idea of what type of friends they have. Who are their friends? It is similar to this, that you have this hero worship because they need someone to look up to, and they don't want to look up to their parents now. So because of that, they start this hero worship of some film actor, film actress, politician, people like that. Most of the time it's okay, but sportsmen, cultural icons. But if their hero worship is of some film actor or film actor, it may not always be a comfortable thing. So we have to be aware of who their heroes are. Adolescents, like children, like adults, will sometimes get upset. And when our children get upset, we just ask them what's the problem. They openly tell us about it, and then we listen to them, sympathize with them, find a solution for them. When the adolescent is upset, he may not always open up, but we can make out and we can ask him what he's upset about. And when he asks us, he does not want that we listen to him and listen to him and listen to him, because if we are willing to listen patiently, sincerely, with concern, he will open up. And when he opens up, when he talks, the very process of releasing his thoughts and his emotions makes him develop, makes him cool down, and he develops a better understanding of his own problem. And most of the time, he can handle it. We just have to sympathize. Mistakes will happen. It's okay. Do not advise, because that immediately puts them off. You're acting like an adult. Don't lecture to them. And worst of all, don't say, I told you this would happen. What we need to do is to listen. And we cannot, we desperately want to advise. We should control this desperate urge to advise until and unless they come up and ask, Daddy, what do you think I could have done? Or in some situations, we can ask them, what do you think you could have done differently? Finally, we come to risk-taking behavior. Different types of risk-taking behavior, all starting at this age, because this is an age when they are free to move around much more than children have, a lot more freedom to move around, a lot more understanding of what they can do by themselves, a greater desire to be independent and therefore to do different things, to imitate adults without understanding what these adults are doing, a greater desire to defy adults by doing things that adults would not normally discourage them from doing. All these are the factors for risk-taking. Can be smoking, alcohol, drug addiction, very commonly start at this age and with lifetime consequences at times. In Kerala, every week, how many adolescents die unnecessarily of bike accidents and of drowning every week? And of course, even casual sex starts at this age. It's a nice form of rebellion. It's a nice way of pretending to be an adult. And among boys, visiting commercial sex workers, again, just to experience adult behaviors. So risk-taking is a big issue. And as Dr. Preeti also showed the slide, the reason being that the ability to think logically, is this desire of mine, this risk worth taking? Is it worth taking? The intelligence, blue shows the maturity of the brain, and blue shows clearly, this brain shows clearly that's only after 20, by 25, that the prefrontal cortex, which is the seat of intelligence and judgment, matures fully only by 25. Whereas by the age of 16 to 18, the limbic system, which we cannot see here, it's inside, the limbic system, the seat of emotions, is already mature. So they are capable of very strong emotions. They are highly excitable, thrill seekers naturally. And that is why it's so easy for them to fall into risk-taking behavior. So let's conclude. What is the role of parents where adolescents are concerned? It's like with adults, if we are children, it's still unconditional love and strict discipline. They don't want, they pretend that they don't want this unconditional love, but they need it, they want it. And the discipline, they certainly don't like it, but we have no choice. These two go hand in hand throughout adolescence. We have to keep an eye on our children so easily, but on our adolescents, it has to be inconspicuous vigil, because otherwise they get their backup. Gentle guidance, because at this age, due to the stresses of adolescence, they are prone to underachievement. They are prone to feelings of inferiority. And as we mentioned, prone to risk-taking behavior. Therefore, we parents have a quiet, a background role, but we have a very important role to play. It's easy to become a parent, but it's not easy to be a parent to an adolescent. Thank you.
Sri Prasad muted.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So thank you, Newton sir, for that excellent talk on parenting. Now I am having the same question like your daughter. How come you know everything about adolescents? That may be the reason you may be a superstar in the pediatric adolescent area in our Kerala, at least, like our Mammootty or Mohanlal. Thank you for sharing with us about the impact of emotional distancing. Thank you for teaching us about the availability, about the influence of responsibility and availability of the parents. And in short, thank you, sir. You have covered all important aspects of ideal parenting. I don't know, as such a concept is there. No one is perfect, and everyone can make some mistakes. And advanced technology and the influence of peers have greatly affected children's behavior at modern time. Therefore, the parents endowed with the traits will know how to educate their children. I am not seeing any questions in the chat box. So as we are running short of time, we can go to the next session. Ranjit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Newton sir, for the very important practical session. And thank you, the chairpersons, Deepa madam and Sri Prasad sir, for chairing this important session. Now we are moving to the prestigious Professor MKC Nair oration. The talk is Children and Adolescents Are They Protected? And I welcome MKC sir, Venkateshwar sir, and over to our dynamic chairperson of AHA, Dr. Shibu sir.
Thank you, Ranjit. We are moving to the next session, the prestigious MKC sir oration. Professor MKC Nair sir. Dr. MKC Nair, Emeritus Professor, Research and formerly Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Health Sciences. Sir is the Emeritus Professor in Developmental, Behavioral and Adolescent Pediatrics, Child Development Center, Kerala. Professor Nair is a true leader in both in his vision and action. Very early in his career, Professor Nair had recognized the social, economic, and cultural values of child development in the nation's life. He relentlessly worked towards developing new screening tools and innovative training methods for over 3 decades, and is now globally acknowledged as a pioneer in the field. Professor Nair, who had a long research career with 173 national, international journal publications and 22 medical books as author, editor, took several decisions in his professional career where outcome was uncertain. Child Development Center, CDC, was his dream, which is now considered as a national asset for research, teaching, and training in child and adolescent development, with 25 years of follow-up of low birth weight babies, leading on to the award of first Doctor of Science DSc degree awarded to any medical person in 8 years of history of University of Kerala. His 41 years of counseling experience helped him immensely in establishing student guidance and support program in all colleges. During his latest stint as Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Sciences, Professor Nair has established a national benchmark in the process. Professor Nair has been elected as a Fellow of National Academy of Medical Sciences in the year 2020. Currently, he is working as Director, NIMS Spectrum Child Development Research Center, NIMS Medicity Campus, Tirunelveli. Professor Nair is a national authority in developmental pediatrics, behavioral pediatrics, and adolescent pediatrics. With these words, we are going to Professor MKC Nair Oration 2021 as a part of Kerala Adolescon 2021. The orator, none other than Dr. M.N. Venkateshwar sir. Children and adolescents, are they protected? I invite Dr. Ranjit to introduce the orator. Over to Ranjit.
Thank you, Shibu sir. And it's my proud and privilege to welcome the Dr. M.N. Venkateshwar sir. Sir is graduated from Government TD Medical College, AAP, had post-graduation from Mumbai and postgraduate diploma in adolescent pediatrics from Kerala University. After the post-graduation, he worked in TD Medical College for 3.5 years in the pediatric department and later opted private service. He had worked worked in KMK Hospital, North Paravur, St. Vincent de Paul Hospital, and later joined St. Joseph Hospital, Manjumel. For the past 17 years, he works in this hospital as the medical superintendent and head of pediatrics. He is an active member of IMA, IAP, and Seva Bharati. He was an active member of Rotary also. He had held a lot of prestigious posts in various organizations. He was president secretary of Pradiksha Rotary School for Differently Able Children for 23 years. Now chairman of Sugarma, new training center for differently able near Angamali under Seva Bharati. Idea is to give training to 100 children as day scholars and to have hostel accommodation for 25 boys. In remarks to IMA, he had served as president, secretary, treasurer, and SWC member of IMA North Paru for more than 20 years. He was the chairman of Adolescent Health for more than 3 years in state IMA, Ernakulam district chairman for the last 2 years. In IAP, he was secretary and president of IAP Madhya Kerala for 4 years, organizing chairman for various state chapter conferences like Adoleson, Dermatology, Respiratory Chapter, and South Pedican 2012. And he was the state vice president of IAP Kerala 2012, and he was the state president of IAP Kerala 2017, state president of Adolescent Health Academy for 3 years, national executive member of Adolescent Health Academy, election commissioner of Adolescent Health Academy for 3 years, national executive member of FBS for the last 2 years. In Rotary, he was an active member of Rotary Club of Paru and district chairman for 2 years and GGR for 1 year. Activities conducted more than 600 awareness classes for students, PTA members, residents, organization, drug abuse, sexual abuse, media effects, parenting, how to face exam, lifestyles, etc. And conducted so many classes for nurses, Anganwadi workers, paramedical staff on safe injection practice, nutrition and vaccination. And awards, he received prestigious Best Doctor Award from IMA 2018, Best IAP Branch President of Kerala State for Toys, and National State Award for Best IAP Branch under his presidencyship. And he received prestigious award and cash prize from Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, for the Best Social Worker in 2017. Professor MP Manmadan Award and cash prize for Honorable Speaker of Kerala Assembly, Sri Ramakrishnan. International Award from Rotary International for Service in 2010. Rotary District Award 2014. Best Social Worker Award from Kerala Brahman Sabha in the State Annual Conference. And that award was presented by the Honorable Minister Karnapalli Ramakrishnan. And he had produced 2 short films, that is the Blooming Birds and Agam. Both were very accepted and very popular among the pediatricians and doctors and adolescents. And both films were accepted by Government of Kerala. And he received Bharathan Memorial Awards, 3 awards for Blooming Birds and 2 awards for Agam. With these few words, I will introduce the orator, Dr. M.N. Venkateshwaran sir, for this Kerala Adolescent 2021. Over to you, sir.
You. Share the screen.
Yes, sir.
കാണുന്നുണ്ടാ? കാണുന്നുണ്ട്.
Yes, sir. Make it in a slideshow, sir.
കാണാലോ അല്ലേ?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ranjit and Shibu. I really congratulate the Adolescent Health Pediatrics, Adolescent Health Academy, the Kerala chapter, for the excellent work they are doing under the leadership of Shibu, Ranjit, and Deepa. And thank you for the great introduction. Professor Dr. M.K. Nair oration by the Adolescent Health Academy of Kerala. No man can be a good teacher unless he has feelings of warm affection towards his learners and a genuine desire to impart to them what he believes to be of value. I feel Dr. M.K. Nair is a true reflection of his learners. He inspires hope, ignites the imagination, and instills a love of learning. No child can survive without family, and he is very much concerned with the way of families are disintegrating. Hence, his ultimate project is pursuing premarital, newlywed, and marital counseling. Professor Dr. M.K.C. Nair is the former Vice Chancellor of the Kerala University of Health Sciences, founder, director of Child Development Center. Dr. M.K.C. Nair was the National President of the Indian Academy of Pediatrics in 2004, Indian Clinical Epidemiology Network 2005-7, National Neonatology Forum 2011-12, and was also the founder secretary of Growth and Development Chapter and Adolescent Pediatrics. My humble respect and regards and gratitude to my teacher and my mentor in adolescent pediatrics. A great teacher is a true model for the new generation. His research works and publications are numerous. I consider this oration as the greatest honor bestowed upon me, and I also express my humble pranams to the great teacher, Dr. M.K.C. Nair. The topic is child and adolescent, are they protected? Why I selected this topic? In today's fast challenging world, where the incidence of child abuse is rising at an alarming rate, the biggest challenge is providing protective and conducive environment for children. The widespread failure to protect children is a global crisis. This global crisis represents a major violation of children's rights, an unacceptable situation which must be remedied urgently, no matter what the cost. Many girls and boys die each year because they are abused, neglected, or exploited. Vulnerable children, they survive into adulthood can be at a significant disadvantage, with many experiencing developmental delays, grips, gaps in their schooling, and mental and physical health problems due to their maltreatment. Children around the world want more support to enable them to grow up free from violence and within caring, safe families. Inadequate care and protection violates child rights. Who is a child? According to WHO, any person who has not completed 18 years of age is named as a child according to the Act 2015 under Section 2. In child is a person below the age of 18 years. Childhood is an integral part of life with a value of its own. Children are not homogeneous because they are different. They are having different needs, different responses, especially multi-dimensional vulnerabilities experienced by children in different circumstances. A long-term, sustainable, multi-sectoral, integrated, inclusive approach is necessary for the overall and harmonized action of children. Every child is unique, we know, and a supremely important national asset. We repeatedly saying that when we are taking classes to the children, you are the future of India. So they are the important national asset. Special measures and affirmative action are required to diminish or eliminate conditions that cause discrimination. All children have the right to grow in a family environment, in an atmosphere of happiness, love, and understanding. Families are to be supported by a strong social safety net in caring for and nurturing their children. When we go to the statistics, we repeatedly say that children are protected. But the statistics, when we see, 94.6% of the offenders in rape cases were known to their victims. 83% of ever married women aged between 15 to 49 who have ever experienced physical and sexual violence report their current husband is as the culprit. 34% of all women aged 15 to 49, have experienced violence at home since the age is 15. 1 in every 8 children aged 5 to 14 work for their own household or someone else. 31% of ever married women aged 15 to 49 have experienced physical, sexual, and emotional and spousal violence. 52% of women and 42% of men believes that a husband is justified in beating his wife. We had a lot of incidences we are seeing daily in the media. The adolescent development and participation, nearly 72% of adolescents in India live in rural areas. Some 11.9% girls in the age group of 15 to 19 were married before 18. 42% of adolescent gays aged 15 to 19 are undernourished. When we analyze the body mass index, it is less than 18.5. Nearly 54% of adolescent girls and 29% of boys aged 15 to 19 are anemic, and that is 7.9% women aged 59 have started childbearing. We see that the child population is a major part in our total population. According to the United Nations Convention's Right on Children, they have pointed 4 important aspects: the child survival, the child development, the child protection, and child participation. According to the Article 41 to 54, defines the state's responsibility. The top 8 issues which children in India grapple with are the health issues, the survival issues, the lack of education, exploitation in the form of child labor, violence, abuse in various aspects, drug abuse, sexual abuse, substance abuse, child marriage, and trafficking. What we are protecting is, we want to protect these children from violence, labor, trafficking, sexual exploitation, child marriage. Millions of children worldwide experience the worst kind of rights of violations. Why it is urgent to protect every child? Because the child labor restricts a child growth, and also the development also will be delayed. To date, India finds the evil of child marriage. Widespread drug abuse among children in India. We have seen a lot of children using drugs and growing threats to the lives of children living in vulnerable conditions. Girls are being sold and bought worldwide, undergo physical, verbal, social, emotional, sexual, and spiritual abuses. Inappropriate child care infrastructure in the nation. So the child rights, very important. They need proper education. They want fresh food and water. They need safe environment. They need proper health care. They want to have a space to play. And definitely the society should say no to the labor, and they want a safe and decent shelter. To be more elaborate, the right to leisure, play and culture, right to health care, freedom of religion, freedom of expression, social security, right to information, freedom of association, for opinion, registration, name and nationality, for the right to survival and development, for perseveration and identity, parental guidance, right to live with their own parents, and to right to education. Every child has the right to live free from violence, exploitation, and abuse. So what is child protection? The prevention and response to abuse, neglect, exploitation, and violence against children. We know that lot of children are abused. Deliberate act of ill treatment can harm or cause harm to a child's safety. Deliberately for child are neglected, Child are exploited in use of children from sometimes less advantages and all forms of physical, mental violence against children. The present scenario we will see. The major findings are higher levels of risk in younger children between the age of 5 to 12. Boys are equally at risk, and the major abusers are persons in trust, and 70% of the abused child never reported. The physical abuse among the children, 2 out of every 3 children are physically abused. That is the statistical report. Out of 69% children physically abused, in 130 samples across the nation, 54.6% were boys. Over 50% of children on the 13 samples across the nation in 13 states were being subject to one or the other form of physical abuse. And very sad is the state of Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, and Delhi have almost consistently reported higher rates of abuse in all forms of as compared to other states. It is increasing in other states, but all the states are equally important. Where does abuse occur? Action on elder abuse discovered that 66% abuse occurred in the victim's own home, 11% in nursing homes, 10% was in residential homes, 5% in hospitals, and 4.2% in sheltered housing. Child labor is another important problem. Child labor is the practice of having children engage in economic activity on part or full-time basis. The practice deprives the children of their childhood and is harmful to their physical and mental development. Poverty, lack of good schools, and growth of informal economy are considered as the important cause of child labor in India. We are seeing this every day when we are passing through the road. A group of children are enjoying their life, even exploiting their parents. But there are a group of children who are working hard to have their livelihood and also protect their parents. The causes of child labor, we know this overpopulation, illiteracy, poverty, and urbanization. Also, orphans, willingness to exploit the children. This is the root problem. Even if family is very poor, the incidence of child labor will be very low unless these are people willing to exploit these children, and unemployment of elders. This is how child labor affects the nation. They start with the family poverty because the family is not having adequate economic power. They force their children for sending their children for labor. So they exploit the child labor. The children are getting on poor wages and their education is stopped forever. So this leads to a deteriorating labor standards. We know when we compare with the adults, the standard of labor will be very low. And this leads to adult unemployment and low level of unionization because children are not going for or conducting meetings or jada. So the shopholder will exploit the situation. Child labor still a big challenge. We can see a child who is making dress. She says, I make a dress not for me, it's for others. I will never wear. Despite a law in force in India, we are saying everything that there is strong rules and regulations. But despite a law in force in India prohibiting child labor, millions of children to be employed in homes, at roadside restaurants, in factories across the country. And these young kids are also subject to exploitation in various other ways, including sexual and mental abuse. With June 12 being observed and the Anti-Child Labor Day, activists allege the lack of enforcement of the Child Labor Act. Every year, for this particular day, the government and various organizations conduct a lot of programs on this day, but we should see that all the 364 days, the child labor in a exploiting situation. The consequences are the physical injuries and mutilation, pesticide poisoning, growth deficiency, long-term health problems, HIV, AIDS, and exhaustion and malnutrition. Another important problem is the child trafficking. Every 8 minutes, a child goes missing in India. Trafficking in person, one of the fastest and most profitable industry in the world. It surpasses gun and drugs trafficking. Earlier, this was the major problem. The guns and trafficking was the major items where the particular mafia were getting lot of fun. But it surpasses now. Child trafficking is a very major problem. Fueled by demand for prostitution, engagement in illicit sex, especially in minors, fueled by supply-demand chain that spans the globe, coordinated through a sophisticated cyber network. Very difficult to expose or disrupted. There are a lot of laws, regulations. Again, we are repeating the same, but we know that it is very difficult to expose this, disrupt, or make the mafia under the bar. So the most challenging barriers: substance use disorder, chronic homelessness, inadequate education, lack of positive social support, lack of knowledge about available resources, lack of trauma-informed and appropriate programs that address all factors simultaneously. Top 5 purposes of human trafficking are: one is, everybody knows, that is forced labor. When we are going to every restaurant or every construction field, we see that a lot of children are employed there. Another important problem is the sexual exploitation and leading to prostitution. Other forms of sexual exploitation, domestic servitude, and forced marriage. Type of human trafficking: adult labor trafficking is very high. Child sex trafficking, and again see the graph, it is very, very high. How it starts? The mafia acts, they recruit a group of children, they transport, they transfer, harboring, and receipt of person. Then how the means is, they threat and their fraud, abuse of power, and giving payment for the beneficiaries. Very lot of families across the state, not only in Kerala, but northern states, the family, the parents give their children for good employment, but the mafia group take them, giving them payment. The purpose is exploitation, forced commercial sex work of others, sexual exploitation, forced labor, slavery, removal of organs, very tragic. We have seen lots of tragic incidents through our media and other types of exploitation. This all leads to the human trafficking. State-wise registered cases of human trafficking. Our state is also not an exception. We see the percentage of cases which was registered earlier, 2010, 11, 12, Kerala, we had about 220 cases. All the states are equally important. West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, very high. It was the census. It is the National Crime Research Bureau research. They have shown the statistics by 2012, but it is very, very pathetic when we are going to this present statistics. The important point is of human trafficking, 23,170 people rescued in India. These children were rescued by the authorities, and these children were taken for about 10,000 children for forced labor, 4,000 children for prostitution, and seventh and children for other purposes. We have seen lot of children, even in Anway, there was a compartment of children were brought from other states for the last year, and these children were rescued by police. Human trafficking in India, it starts from the National Crime Records Bureau. 76% trafficking of minor girls and women constituted human trafficking cases in India over the past decade. In 2 lakhs women and children currently missing, very pathetic situation. 73,242 went missing between January and September 2015. These are the reports from the National Crime Record Bureau. 22 million children are sold into the sex trade every year. That means over 4 children per minute. What are you going to do about it? Did you know that in Rajasthan's Mewar region, girls are purchased before Diwali and married off to older men? Or that in some parts of the country, men with HIV think they can be cured by having sex with virgin. Jharkhand has emerged as India's trafficking hub with thousands of tribal boys and girls, particularly minor girls, being trafficked out of the state each year to Delhi and beyond. More than 4,000 children went missing from the state in the last 10 years, and over 1,000 are yet to be traced. Most of the missing children are from tribal communities, particularly minor girls who are trafficked to Delhi. These are the various press reports we are seeing regularly in our media. We should know the child is a gift. It is not for sale. That is the message we have to repeatedly give to the society. Child is a gift to the family, gift to the society, and gift to the nation. Child marriage below 18. India has the highest number of child brides in the world. Young brides, we are stating only about the Karnataka state. The number of child marriages in Karnataka may increase owing to fresh lockdown, experts believe. Between April 20, January to 21, 2,180 child marriage cases were reported in Karnataka. In December only, that is about 1,598. Complaints received by the Karnataka State Commission of Protection of Child Rights, 365 were related to child marriage. And January 21, the 1,947 complaints of the state were again related to child marriage. When we analyze the age group, children below the age of 50, when we take the total child marriage, 2.7% of the child marriage is from below the age of 15, and 5.6% is below 16, 11% below 17, 18% below 19.8, and 20.5% is below 19. In 2020, 977 child marriage cases from February to March, and most number of cases were from Jugalgamba, Gadwad. In 21, 1,355 cases from Vikrabad, most cases. The domestic violence cases about 6,000. 5 reasons why child marriage still happens. 1, the important point is inequalities between boys and girls, driven by harmful social and gender norms. Second is the laws protecting girls are not enforced. Third, definitely the poverty. And fourth, parents think marriage will protect girls from violence, particularly in times of crisis. And fifth, younger wives are considered to be more obedient. They will not react to whatever the atrocities occur in the house. So how to stop the child marriage? Increase community's awareness on child rights. Support the girls to get an education and become independent. Educate the families about sexual and reproductive health. Enforce the laws by setting legal marriage age below 18. Child abuse. What is child abuse? Growing up can be difficult, but most children and young people receive the love and care they need. But some children are hurt, neglected, used by adults or other children, and abuse can mean different things to different children. These are the various ways of child abuse we are seeing in this society. In the house, in the shop, in the company, in the factories, and in the society in total. So the abuse of children is a violence, committing incest, sexual touching and kisses, sexual children's behavior, pinching, itching, kicking, pushing, twisting, and choking. So the injuries frequently encoded in child abuse children, near the whole part of the body is affected, leading to head injuries, fractures, burns, etc. Children at high risk of abuse, aged under 4 years or an adolescent, may be unwanted by parents, failing to fulfill the expectations of the parents. Many of the states we are seeing, when they are having the girl child, they will just abolish them. Having special needs, crying persistently. And we have seen a story, an incident in one of the northern states. Young adolescents, they have a child. They have put the child into the casualty, saying that the child is having persistent cry, and immediately the couple vanished. And both were only adolescents, they were not mature. Having abnormal bodily features, having any kind of disability or disorder, identifying as lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender. Physical abuse is often hurt or injured by parents or other people, hitting, kicking, beating, etc. And physical abuse can cause pain, cuts, bruising, burns, etc. When abuse is sexual abuse, when children are forced or persuaded into sexual acts or situations by others, children might be encouraged to look at pornography, be harassed by sexual suggestions or comments, be touched sexually or forced to have sex. I thought for a long time that what was happening was okay, because dad said it was a game that all fathers played with their sons, a secret game that only the men knew about. In 5 girls, in 1 in 5 girls and 1 in 20 boys is a victim of child sexual abuse. Emotional abuse is another problem. When children are not given love, they are not approved by the parents, acceptance, and constantly they will be criticizing or blaming, thrown and shouted, told that the people are better, that they are rejected by those look to affection. These children definitely go for abuse like drug abuse, etc. Another problem is the neglect. The children are not getting proper food, proper warmth, proper shelter, proper clothing, proper care, and proper protection. My mom and dad both have drinking problems. Sometimes there is nothing to eat in the house, and I am often left alone to look after my brothers and sisters. We have seen a lot of these incidences and lot of stories we are seeing. Before they are 18, 1 in 6 boys experience some of sexual abuse, and 1 in 4 girls experience some of sexual abuse. Sexual abuse includes any activity with a child before the age of legal consent, that is for the sexual gratification of an adult or a significantly older child. Sexual abuse includes orogenital, genital to genital, genital rectal, hand rectal, hand breast contact, exposure of sexual anatomy, forced viewing of sexual anatomy, showing pornography, and the protection of pornography. The prevalence of sexual abuse again, 1 in 3 and 1 in 5 girls are sexually abused, 1 in 6 and 1 in 10 boys are sexually abused, 90% cases the child knows the offender, 90% of all victims experience unwanted acts before the age of 13, 40 to 90% of sexual offenses against children are done by other children and young people. People with a disability are 3 to 7 times more likely to experience sexual abuse. when we are going to the statistical report, where are we headed? The place of occurrence, home, on the way to school, abuser's place, tourist place, shop, shelter home, vehicle. You can see a lot of children are abused in the vehicle, in the school bus, neighborhood, other places. And the profile of the abusers are even teachers, parents, step-parents, friends, lover, relative, neighbor, stranger, and others. Percentage of children reporting physical abuse in one or more situation, Kerala is not an exception. It is about 56.1%. And Andhra stands first. Child sexual abuse is a national epidemic. A survey participated in my more than 45,000 children in the 12 to 18 age group across 26 states in the country revealed that 1 in every 2 children is a victim of sexual abuse. There are many factors that influence how much it is impacted by abuse, and some of the factors are how old she or he has been abused, who abused him or her, the types of abuse she or he was subject to, and length of time the abuse persisted. And every abuse situation is unique, and every victim will respond differently. The signs of abuse, when we see the acronym signs of abuse, says hurtful things to you, isolates you from others, gets angry or upset easily, name calling, emotional games, bad names, spreads rumor that spread rumor that this child is so bad, often criticizes you, puts you down, holds physical and sexual violence, acts intimidating and threatens you, blames you, others for other problems, jealousy, smashes, embarrasses you in public. So the child sexual abuse in our state, Malappuram stands first. It is the report from April to September 2019. Malappuram starts first about 99, and Trivandrum is the second, 98. All the districts are not different, but they vary only. Of children who are sexually abused, 20% are abused before the age of 8. Sexual abuse against statistics shows 53% children reported having faced one or more forms of sexual abuse. 22% reported facing severe forms of sexual abuse. Boys were equally at risk. So, why do we think child sexual abuse is common in India? Children under the age of 18 contribute to 37% of India's population, with large proportions experience a lack of access to basic education, nutrition, or healthcare. In addition, they are prone to different forms of adverse child experiences, including various forms of abuse, neglect, and maltreatment, with child protection remaining largely unaddressed. We are repeatedly seeing that the rules and regulations are there, but it is not addressed properly. These create the situations where children are sexually abused. The risk factors we know, when we compare with the problems with the parental factors, marital discord, domestic violence, poor parenting scale, young age parents, substance abuse, mental or physical disorder, history of childhood trauma. Just a minute. History of childhood trauma. The community factors are definitely poverty, gender and social inequality, inadequate referral facilities, discrimination against particular community, caste or gender, trans in neighborhood, easy availability of drugs and alcohol, poor police and legal effectiveness. The social factors are social cultural norms, glorify the violence towards others, demand rigid gender roles for males and females, diminish the status of the child in parent-child relationship, health, education leading to poor living standards, existence of child pornography, child prostitution, child labor. So are just behaviors, sudden emergence of sexually related problems, including excessive or public masturbation, withdrawn, poor relationship, running away from house, suicidal attempts, etc. So the grooming process, how the neighbors, or the relatives groom the child for sexual abuse. First, they start, just a minute. First, they start as the children are the targeting stage. Observe the young person, selection of young person, befriending, being nice, gaining and develop trust from the child, sharing information about young people. Then they start friendship forming stage, making young people feel special and think, giving gifts and rewards, listening and remembering, keeping treating, and they say no one understands you like do, being the best friend. Then loving relationship, being their boyfriend or girlfriend, establishing sexual relationship, lowering their inhibitions, engaging them in forbidden activities, for example, going to club, drinking, then inconsistent being, building hope, and then punishing them. Then abusive relationship becomes an unloving sexual relationship. Withdraw love and friendship, reinforcing dependency, isolation from family and friends, trickery, threatening behavior, physical violence, making them have sex with other people, and giving them drugs, playing on the young person's feeling of guilt, shame, and fear. These are the various stages how the particular child or a particular adolescent is groomed for sexual relationships. The clinical manifestations, we know, suggestive physical findings are bruises, bleeding, lacerations of irritation, external genitalia, anus, mouth, or throat, sore on stained bloody underclothing, pain on urination or pain, swelling and itching of the genital areas, penile discharge, sexually transmitted diseases, difficulty in walking, pregnancy in young adolescent, and recurrent urinary tract infection. POXO cases in different states we have seen in India. It is increasing per year. 2014, 2015, 2016, this is a report from the National Crime Bureau. Uttar Pradesh stands first. Kerala is not an exception. Every year increasing. And 2016, we have registered about 2,817 cases. I think it will be doubled by this year. And when taken to the district, every district is having these problems. Trivandrum, Wayanad, Palakkad, Malappuram, etc. Every district is having this problem. And we see Trivandrum starts for being the highest having these sexual abuse cases. The news reports we are seeing, according to the report on crime in India for 2016, released by the Indian Home Minister Rajnath Singh in Delhi, 106,958 cases of crimes against children were recorded in 2016, and of these, 36,022 cases were recorded under POXO Act. കുരുന്നുകൾക്ക് ആരിക്കാവൽ പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും ക്രൂരനായ ജന്തു മനുഷ്യനാണ് പറയപ്പെടുന്നു. ക്രൂരൻ മാത്രമല്ല പരമജീതൻ എന്ന് കൂടി ചേർക്കേണ്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നു. പൈശാചികമായ കൃത്യങ്ങളാണ് ഓരോ ദിവസവും നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ലജ്ജാവഹവും ദാരുണമായ ബാലികാ പീഡനങ്ങളുടെ എണ്ണം വർദ്ധിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു എന്നത് ഭീതിദയമായ വസ്തുതയാണ്. സുഗതകുമാരി ഒരിക്കൽ എഴുതിയതാണ് നമ്മുടെ ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പറിൽ. നമ്മളെന്നും കാണുന്ന ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പറുകളിൽ കാണുന്ന ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ന്യൂസും ഇത് തന്നെയാണ്. എന്നും പീഡനങ്ങൾ. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഓരോ ദിവസവും പേപ്പർ നമ്മൾ വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഒരു പേജെങ്കിലും കുട്ടികളുടെ പീഡനങ്ങളെ പറ്റിയുള്ള ന്യൂസുകളാണ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ബാലികയെ പീഡിപ്പിച്ചയാൾക്ക് ജീവപര്യന്തം കഠിന തെളിവും 3 ലക്ഷം ശിക്ഷയും. പക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടത് ഈ കഠിന തടവിൽ കിടക്കുന്ന ആളുകളെല്ലാം എത്രയോ വർഷങ്ങൾ കഴിയുമ്പോൾ വരുമ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും സ്മാർട്ടായിട്ട് ഏറ്റവും ആരോഗ്യപരമായിട്ട് തിരിച്ചു വരുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ശിക്ഷാ നിയമങ്ങൾ ഇത് മതിയോ എന്നുള്ളതെല്ലാം ആലോചിക്കേണ്ട തലങ്ങളിൽ ആലോചിക്കേണ്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നു. 12 വയസ്സുകാരിയെ ലൈംഗികമായി പീഡിപ്പിച്ച അമ്മയുടെ കാമുകന് ജീവപര്യന്തം കഠിന തടവും 3 ലക്ഷം രൂപയും പിഴയും വിധിച്ചു. ഇത് മാളയിൽ നടന്നൊരു സംഭവം. നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് നാളെ ആരായി തീരുമെന്ന് ആശങ്കപ്പെടുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് അവരിന്ന് നമുക്ക് ആരാണെന്ന് തിരിച്ചറിയേണ്ട സമയം അതിക്രമിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നു. Man who sexually abused a minor boy arrested from Peripalli. It was a case in May 19, 2019. A man who sexually assaulted a 14-year-old boy was arrested in Peripalli from police in Kollam. The accused was identified as Anil Kumar, a native of such and such place, and he sexually assaulted the boy multiple times after taking him on his bike. Police registered a case under protection of children from social offences. 599 child rape cases in 1 month alone in Kerala. It is a report from Madhubhumi. In June 2019 alone, 589 children were raped in Kerala, counting a minimum of 19 child abuse incidents daily. There has been astounding rise in the number of sexual abuse against children in the state within the last 10 years. 1/3 of the POCSO cases are registered as rapes. ലോക്ക്ഡൌണിലും നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികൾ സുരക്ഷിതരല്ല. ചൈൽഡ് ലൈൻ പുറത്തുവിട്ട കണക്കുകൾ ഞെട്ടിപ്പിക്കുന്നതാണ്. സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് തിരുവനന്തപുരം ജില്ലയിലാണ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ കേസുകൾ റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തത്. ഇടുക്കിയിലും മലപ്പുറത്തും ലോക്ക്ഡൌൺ കാലത്ത് ബാലവിഭാഗത്തിനുള്ള ശ്രമവും നടന്നു. ഒന്നാം ഘട്ട ലോക്ക്ഡൌൺ തുടങ്ങിയ മാർച്ച് 24 മുതൽ അവസാനിച്ച് ഏപ്രിൽ 11 വരെ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് നേരെയുണ്ട അതിക്രമങ്ങളിൽ സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് രജിസ്റ്റർ 330 കേസുകൾ. തൊട്ട് മുമ്പത്തെ ആഴ്ചയിൽ സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്ത 497 കേസുകൾ. ഈ ദിവസങ്ങളിൽ സംസ്ഥാനത്തെ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് നേരെ ലൈംഗിക അതിക്രമങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടായി. ലോക്ക്ഡൌൺ കാലത്ത് ലൈംഗിക അതിക്രമങ്ങളിൽ 28 ശാരീരിക പീഡനങ്ങളാണ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നു. Child protection. How to recognize these signs of child abuse? The effects of child abuse, we know it is impaired brain development, poor physical growth, psychological issues, relationship abuse, substance abuse, behavioral abuse, etc. And long-term and short-term effects. Sexual abuse affects the children in different ways. There are short-term and long-term effects, regardless of which effects are experienced by the victim, and they can be devastating. In short-term, regressive behavior, like when the child is very younger age, it will be lead to stomach sucking and bedwetting, sleep disturbances, eating problems, behavior problems, and performance at school. Depression, anxiety, long-term loss of self-esteem, damaged goods, negative body image due to self-blame, eating disorder, dissociation from feeling, they will be isolated, social isolation, relationship problems such as the inability to trust or poor social skill. So additional long-term self-destructive behaviors such as substance abuse or suicide attempts, sexual difficulties such as fear of sex, parenting problems such as fear of being a bad parent, and underlying sense of guilt, flashbacks or panic attacks. While many adolescents who commit sexual offenses have histories of being abused, the majority of these youth do not become adult sex offenders. And 60% of the children who are sexually abused are abused by someone in their own social circle. One reason the perpetrator is able to exploit the child is because he or she holds the power in the relationship phase. If the various factors say they experience the size and strength, the adult status is all. This all counts how that particular perpetrator influenced the child. The indications of sexual abuse is depend on number of factors such as the duration of use, age of the child, physical symptoms, sexually transmitted diseases, pregnancy, compliance of pain, difficulty in walking and sitting. And investigations, we know the investigating the possibility of sexual abuse requires supportive and sensitive detailed history taking, physical examination, laboratory finding, specimens, and various specimens we have to take. And treatment, I am not going to the details. It's a criminal offense and is investigated by the police. All victims of sexual abuse require psychological support. The consequences and appropriate therapy of sexual abuse vary depending on the type of abuse. The therapist may recommend that the victim of incest may be returned home and the perpetrator is out of the home. The medication different pregnancy may be given to post-menarchal girls, treatment with antibiotics, and offending parents and spouse should be referred by psychiatric or psychological. The programs is early and adequate intervention. Victims may lead normal adult lives. Eradication, unprepared parenthood, etc. The consequences. The prevalence of silence among the children is sustained by the following reasons. Because children are physically less powerful than adults, children are obliged to obey adults, children are provided limited information on matters, children's questions pertaining to sex and sexuality are frowned up, and the importance of place on keeping the family intact. We say there are a lot of rules and regulations. Again, the child is not protected. The statutory provisions and guidelines are related. Indian Penal Code, Information Technology, Protection of Child, that is the POCSO Act in 2012, and instructions from Ministry of Communications, etc. And the special law, that is the POCSO Act, for the first time, the special law has been passed to address the issue of sexual offense against children. And before the passing of this act, sexual offences were covered under the different sections and did not provide all types of sexual offences against children. So the ring of responsibility in children. We know that the child is not protected, but the child protection is a vicious circle, this ring. All the child has to be protected by family. Family has to be protected by the community. Community has to be protected by the institution, and the institutions and the state and the society has to be protected by the nation, and the whole nation has to be protected by the international laws. And that is needs a child protection. How to stop the child abuse? Talk to the parents, network with the concerned NGOs, create awareness, and be an advocate for the children, and influence the government to pass the policies to help the children. Then educate our children and appropriate sexual classes. Open up this topic for discussion and encourage the parents to do what is right. Sensitize your friends, family, and acquaintance. Talk and share your experience with other parents. The child protection policy should be responsibility, recognize, respond, record, report, and prevention. The response, you can help by not panicking or expressing shock, listening and let the child know, believe them, be sensitive and supportive, use protective, interrupting and talk in private, take notice and inquire, give a truthful response, don't make assumptions, document and report suspicion of harm. POCSO Act, everybody knows it. Then the silent features, the list of offenses and punishment. These are the various punishment for under the POCSO Act. Mandatory reporting is important. Failure to report child abuse will definitely lead to more and more crime. Any person who fails to report the commission offense or fails to record such offense, imprisonment may extend 5 or 5 months imprisonment. Section 21, 22. There are various mandatory reporting procedures are there. The responsible reporting should be by the parent, public servant, child line, doctors, hospitals, teachers, social workers, concerned adult, any child or public. Whom to report? Local police, child welfare committee, child line, state commission, national commission. The role of the school in preventing child sexual abuse, creating safe spaces for disclosure, providing awareness for teaching and non-teaching. Child protection policy is a must, including safe recruitment, providing awareness to children to protect themselves, doing regular safety audits of a school, including the staff, and intervention, noting the signs and symptoms, extending their support to the child to build their confidence, mandatory reporting, maintaining confidentiality, extending any other support to the child, ensure that the child is not getting in contact abuser, interpreter, if required, can support during medical examination. These are the various stages. Assure confidentiality to the child. Talk with him with empathy. If the case has been reported, seek help from child line. Medical examination, reporting, maintain confidentiality. Never blame the child. Never ignore the child. And when child complains, reacting, never react in extreme while child is disclosing. When you are interacting with the child, you should not blame them. You should be in a stage of, in a manner of empathy. Sending the child back to the never, talking about the abuse, and disclosing child's identity to the media. Procedure for reporting cases. I think the time is almost finishing, so I go fast. Act on your suspicion. If you are concerned that the child is being abused or neglected, trust your instincts and report your suspicions immediately. Relationship and sexuality education involves teaching children about the feelings, body parts and privacy, body ownership. Our mentor, our MKCs are always say, you are the authority of your body. Body ownership, types of touch. You have to teach the students about the bad touch and good touch, the rules about touch. You are the custodian of your body. That is the word are using. You are the custodian of your body. You have to tell the child the rules about touch, who to tell, relationship, puberty, fertilization, birth, etc. So the Child Rights Initiative, there is a lot of rules and regulations from the international to the state, national, etc. And stages of child protection, prevention, protection, and rehabilitation as the most important point. Major ministries looking for child protection: Ministry of Women and Child Welfare, Ministry of Social Justice, Education, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Labor, and Ministry of Home. The major child protection schemes and services in our area, it is Anganwadi services, Scheme for Adolescent Girls, Child Protection, National Crisis System, Ocean Abhiyan, and Beti Bajao, Beti Padhao. So, child abuse protection we need. It takes a village to raise a child. It is the home, the school, and society all should play an important role in protecting the child. And circle society, be a strong safety leader. Listen, notice, take action, reach out, and prepare the kid with knowledge and skill. A child is a child, not a punching bag. Therefore, keeping children safe is everyone's responsibility. Organizations and professionals who work with children are required to ensure their policies and practices reflect their responsibilities towards children. A child protection policy which drives is sourced from state policy, provides guidelines for organizations and their staff to create safe environments for children. The best way to protect children and youth against sexual abuse is to give them knowledge and skill. So life skill, it was already discussed, the various life skills, and the cultural beliefs and positive and child skills stands as a bridge. Helping children with a successful events is listen, encourage, comfort, praise, and reassure the child. Children are remarkably imaginative and resilient, but also heartbreakingly fragile and vulnerable. So let us share their dreams and shape their future. Every child has the right to be loved, nurtured, protected, and nurtured in a safe and healthy environment. All children live a life free from all forms of violence and protected in conflicts and disasters and thrive in a safe family environment. So our target should be cut up the number of children who are subject to sexual violence and abuse of any form, cut up the number of children subjected to violent discipline at home or in other care settings in school, catch up the number of children unnecessarily living outside family care, and end the placement of all children in institutional care, end the worst forms of child labor, and end child marriage. Thank you very much.
This picture
I express my gratitude to all the members of the Adolescent Health Academy and also the office bearers for giving me this great opportunity to perform this oration. And also I dedicate this talk to our great respected teacher, Dr. M.T.C. Nair. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let us become like the soft sand and control the wavy motions of our children for a sunny life in future, or it will be crushed by hitting the hard fork. Goodbye and waiting.
Thank you, sir. We are presenting a virtual memento on behalf of Adolescent Health Academy, IAP and AAP. We will send the original memento by courier, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, we are moving to the last part of this Adolescent, that is a panel discussion of COVID-19 impact in children, for which we have our respected Shaji Thomas Jones, sir. Sir is the past national chairperson of Adolescent Health Academy and past president of IAP Kerala and chief of pediatrics and chief of clinical support service BMH Kozhikode, chairperson of the Down syndrome support group and patron of Down syndrome Federation of Kerala. And the panelists are our respected president of IAP Kerala, Dr. T.P. Jayaraman, sir. Sir is a former EB member of CIP also. He's here as a senior consultant in pediatrics, DIC Palakkad and Diagnostics Palakkad. And another panelist is Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir. Sir is the President-elect of IAP Kerala and Editor Pediatric Companion of IAP Kerala. Sir is the Professor and Head of Department of Pediatrics, Government Medical College, Manjeri. And next is Dr. Ashraf TP, sir. Sir is the former Executive Director of Social Security Mission, Government of Kerala, past President of IAP Kozhikode, and past Chairperson of Adolescent Health Academy, Kerala. And sir is a Professor of Pediatrics and in charge of Neonatology Unit, Government Medical College, Kozhikode. And last panelist, our respected Dr. Krishna Kumar sir. Sir is the Director of IMHANS Kozhikode. Sir is a Professor of Pediatrics. And also, sir is a consultant in child psychiatry. Sir has double degrees in pediatrics and psychiatry. And sir is the past president of IAP Kozhikode. With these words, I will like to invite Shaji sir to start the panel discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjit. I shall be sharing my screen now. Well, let me first of all congratulate the previous speakers and Dr. Venkateshan for the prestigious Dr. M.K. Nair oration. Now we go on to at another important topic, that is the impact of COVID-19 on adolescents. Well, we all know it's a global pandemic we are having with the coronavirus disease 2019, popularly known as COVID-19. We have the caused by the severe acute respiratory syndrome virus known as SARS-CoV-2. This was declared as a public health emergency of international concern by the World Health Organization on 30th January 2020, more than a year and a half, and as a pandemic on the 11th of March 2020. Incidentally, the first case in India was also detected on January 30th, 2020. That is the time when the WHO declared it as a public health emergency of international concern. We're having various waves. The first wave affected the elderly and individuals with comorbidities. And the second wave occurred in the younger population, 30 to 45 years, and those without comorbidities as well. So the question now is, will the next wave, will it affect the younger, still younger population, the adolescents and children? That is what we are going to look into and what we should do about it. The impact on children and adolescents are really tremendous. We always think only of the physical aspect of the disease. There's a significant impact right from the first wave, often unrecognized, underestimated, and ignored. And it affects all aspects of the child, not only the physical, but the psychological and the educational career prospects. So we'll go into all the other aspects which are not dealt with commonly in various topics. We have here as a panelist, Dr. Jayaraman TP. He has been introduced, President of IAP Kerala State. Dr. Vijay Kumar M, President-elect of IAP Kerala State. Krishna Kumar, Director of IMHANS Calicut. Ashraf TP, past President AHA Kerala and former Executive Director, Kerala Social Security Mission. And you have yours truly as the moderator. So the first question is to Dr. Jayaraman TP. Well, we all know the pandemic had a great impact on all of us, the whole world. So what are the effects of the pandemic, especially in children and adolescents? Dr. Jayaraman, please.
At the outset, let me thank the organizers AHA Kerala and IAP AAP for giving me this opportunity to share my impressions about this pandemic and its influence on adolescents and children. Almost 28% of the world's population are children, and about 16% is from 10 to 20 years of age. An essential modus of containing this COVID-19 pandemic in the community has been isolation and as well as social distancing measures, along with the regional and national containment measures. And the closure of schools, meeting places, playgrounds, and activity areas, all this had more impact on the lives of children than we thought of. And even though it had an impact on adult life as well, but the mankind has experienced a feeling of frustration and anxiety, which the mankind has experienced never before in its history. And I think compared to adults, children will have a long-term adverse effects due to this COVID pandemic. And this depends on so much factors, like depends on the developmental age of the child, the socio-economic status of the child, especially differs in underprivileged children from the other children. It depends on the educational status of the child, and again the existing disabilities of the children, and also existing mental health conditions like autism, ADHD, and again also on the situation when the parents or the child being quarantined or isolated, as well as national and international travel regulations separating the children from their parents. So many issues accounts differently to the impact of this pandemic on the life of the child. And it starts actually from the young child during the fetal life itself, when the pregnant mother is affected with the anxiety and stressful situations associated with the pandemic during pregnancy, in low birth weight situations, in nutritional requirements of the children, and the overall childhood development when it is affected during the pregnancy. So many things are there, so many factors are there. And to put it briefly, second wave was very devastating. And now there exists a fear of a third wave. Adolescents or children are stressed as well as fatigued with this pandemic. There's a lot of economic loss, educational loss, and again the hospitalizations, the parents, grandparents, and the loved ones in the family, and loss of life. It has all impacted children so much. And another thing is that the home is said to be a place of security, but as Dr. Venkateswaran was putting in his oration, it has become a place of abuse, as well as the children are being forced for child labor due to economic concerns, and this has also impacted the child life so much. So adolescents are really confused about their future regarding education and career also due to this pandemic. So this is in nutshell. I don't want to elaborate much.
Thank you, Dr. Jayaraman. So the children and adolescents are stressed and fatigued, and they are confused about what lies ahead for them. This is in addition to the physical morbidity which they have if they have the disease. The next question is to Dr. Ashraf. What are the incidents of COVID-19 in children and adolescents?
Thank you, Shahid sir. Audible, sir?
Yes, you're audible.
Audible.
Yes.
First of all, let me thank Dr. Ranjit, Dr. Shibu, Dr. Deepa, Dr. Sri Prasad, and Dr. Sangeeta and their organizing team for inviting me for this session. The question to me is regarding the incidence of the COVID cases. We all know, we are aware, the incidence is fortunately less in children when compared to adults. Several studies shows it is around 2 to 2.5% of the adolescent children and adolescent population. Then, fortunately, most of the cases are mild cases. Previously, as per the Kerala government guideline, we were admitting most of the children with the mere COVID positivity. Now the practice has changed because initially we were following the risk categorization. Now we are following the severity categorization. As per the severity categorization, any child with a fever or sore throat without tachypnea or hypoxia, that means SpO2 above 94%, come under the category of mild clinical disease. So mild clinical disease does not require hospitalization, even though previously we were admitting all the cases. Now the asymptomatic or mild clinically symptomatic children are not admitted. Only 1 to 2% requires admission, and the case fatality is also less children. It is less than 1%, but most of the severe cases or fatal cases occurs in children with several other comorbidities. In medical college, around 800 positive cases were diagnosed last 1.5 years, around 2 years. But the death is 15 cases were died. All of them were with several comorbidity. And at another risk is risk of the multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children. The incidence is also low as 0.14%. But early detection and proper treatment is important in the scenario of the MISC. Any child with a fever, persisting fever, with a history of COVID, or a child is coming from the home where there was COVID patients or COVID cases in the family, and the inflammatory elevated ESR or elevated CRP, we should suspect and early treat such cases. That is most important in the case of MISC. As far as the children are concerned, MISC is a real concern. So early detection and intervention is important in the MISC. Shai sir.
So what you said is that the cases are generally mild. 99% are really mild. And what has been seen is many of us who are treating patients would see that the number of admissions have increased in the second wave. This is basically because the number of cases, the total number of cases have increased. But the reported value in both the cases are almost same. But we are seeing more of cases because the total number in the population have drastically increased. Now again to Dr. Ashraf, how do we manage mild case of COVID-19? And what are the red flag signs that warrant an admission?
We already discussed there are two types of classification. One is risk classification and another is clinical severity classification. So in the risk classification, there is a category A, B, and C. Both this category A and B comes under the mild category in the clinical severity classification. They may not require hospitalization. That is the new recommendation. Any child with mild clinical symptoms, that means fever, sore throat, and myalgia or diarrhea, but there is no hypoxia and respiratory rate is normal. Home isolation and monitoring is enough. And paracetamol for fever, plenty of oral fluid. The most important thing is psychological support. There are now several facilities are available for psychological support. The government and NGOs are running several facilities to provide counseling in children who are isolated at home or in the other facilities. But the most important thing is monitoring of the respiratory rate. The mother may be educated, the child, older child may be educated how to count the respiratory rate. And now government is providing pulse oximeter, handy pulse oximeters to families where the COVID positive patients are isolated at the homes, where the JPHNs are providing, health inspectors provided with the pulse oximeters. So monitoring the hypoxia is important in any child in home isolation. The red flag signs are, if in a mild clinical severity group, if the fever or cough persists even after 3 to 5 days, it is better to hospitalize. Then hypoxia, tachypnea, abdominal pain, difficulty to feed, altered sensorium, convulsion, anything warranted a hospitalization can be considered as a red flag sign.
So the basic thing is in mild cases, just paracetamol is enough for the fever and other supportive management. Why I was stressing on this is previously last year, people used to say that you should give a lot of vitamin C, other antioxidants, and where even azithromycin was told to be effective in COVID. But now we all know as time has passed that they are not effective. They can continue with whatever medicines they were taking earlier, but only paracetamol is needed for fever. And of course, Dr. Ashraf has detailed about the red flag signs. The next question is to Dr. Jairam TP. What are the related medical issues and why do they occur? Dr. Jairam.
Thank you, Dr. Shaji. Most important related medical issues of COVID-19 is that one, there is an undernutrition either due to poor appetite, and again, the lack of access to the nutrition programs of the government due to closure of the schools and all in the underprivileged children, as well as in the other group, there is a risk of obesity due to binge eating, resorts to junk and lack of physical activity and increasing screen time. And those things are there on the one end. Whereas the other end, there is the real undernutrition, either due to the disease or due to social conditions, especially in the poorly developed countries. And again, due to increased screen time, there are enough problems like dry eyes and headache and wrist and neck pain. And these are all problems, physical problems due to increased screen time, as well as sleep issues, again due to increased digital involvement, as well as anxiety and separation anxiety, and then migraine, again due to the above factors, it can be there. Psychological issues may be a factor. And due to overcrowding, especially among the undercrowded children, overcrowding and physical social distancing measures, they're inside the house, there are a lot of vitamin D deficiency as well as lack of social involvement, the health programs by the government, there is increased incidence of anemia and again infestations. All those things are related issues. And again, another issue is routine checkups are lost, especially in children with chronic ailments like congenital heart disease, these seizure disorders. Again, there is a big gap in vaccinations. There is a lot of gap to be compensated with missing doses, and bridging the gaps is an important priority. And your catch-up immunizations have to be given an increased I think it has to be given importance in the years to follow, and children are not able to do the follow-up. They are not able to reach the medical facility, especially in the case of disabled children where there is a lot of physiotherapy and other therapies, occasional rehabilitation are being done. They are not able to continue their intervention, and lot of going back, regression in whatever capacity they have received is another problem. And there are many common ailments which are being left untreated. They again, ophthalmic checkup and dental checkups are also often delayed. So many social issues developing, leading to lack of routine follow-up are there as a related issue of COVID-19.
Well, in last year when the COVID-19 came, children were asked that the vaccinations can be postponed, because coming to the hospital or the vaccination center could be a risk. So there again, the vaccinations were delayed. And even after that, now people are afraid to bring the children to the vaccination facility. So the routine checkup of all the chronic diseases, the chronically ill conditions have been missed. And these children and the children with special needs are the most affected. As Dr. Jairam said, many of them need regular routine therapeutic experiences which are not being given. Even though they are getting it online, it may not be as effective as when it is done 1:1. So next question again to Jairam. What are the educational concerns of this COVID?
Actually, when coming to this issue, WHO had issued a position statement regarding the education effect of COVID-19 on education. And it says that COVID-19 has created the largest disruption in education system in the history of mankind. Closure of schools has impacted almost 94% of the world's student population has been impacted with the closure of schools, and almost 99% of this is in the low income, underprivileged middle income and low income socioeconomically deprived group of children. They are affected most with the education scenario. And disparity is of course wide, especially in the poor rural areas, even in our country, among the tribal population and those requiring special education, especially those with learning disability, those with motor handicaps, and these children are affected more when compared to normal children, along with the socially deprived children. And this has led to containment of these children in their houses, again leading to more increased sexual exploitation, and learning loses the, it is no more the first priority, because livelihood becomes the first priority, and very often child labor has increased, and putting a permanent stop for the educational career in these children. And there is a significant dropout in every area of education. WHO estimates that almost 24 million children has dropped out in a 2024 city statement, which I have been mentioning above. And the effect of education disruption is very much beyond the education, where the schools hamper essential services to children, like nutrition programs, affect the ability of parents to work. That is another issue. And fiscal pressures are also there on the development assistance for education is there. And diversion of funds to health sector from the educative sector is another area of concern when you come about educational concerns due to COVID-19. And at the same time, there is a lot innovative ideas have come to the field of education. A lot of the digital platform is used more and more, and the radio, TV, internet, and even doorstep delivery of study material has taken so much of a concern. And so there is an enhanced delivery of quality education. But again, it fails to reach the underprivileged, socially backward, and in remote areas. That is one of the major concerns when I look at the education. And regarding the pandemic, education during the pandemic, IAP had come with its recommendations in the issue of Indian Pediatrics 2020 December, where IAP has played a role in advocacy of education. And we have focused that academics is not the priority in case of a pandemic, and IAP recommends easing out of formal learning, and we have to impart what is practical. Actually, IAP recommends about 50% of trimming the syllabus and in the core content, and then you have to focus on the core areas, focus areas of education, actually what you call in a smart method, that is where specific, measurable, rewarding, and accessible, like achievable, and a time-bound method of education, where you go to the basic core concepts of education, comparing what you must know, what you need to know, and what you nice to know. So you have to focus more on must-know topics and need-to-know topic then, and you can leave about the nice-to-know topics when you prepare a syllabus. And again, you have to concentrate more on what you call like concepts where there is graded subjects like language, mathematics, and science have to be given more priority. And the other subjects can be given trained by providing materials online like YouTube or visual. Such materials can be given, self-learning modules can be given. And another important aspect is that there are different types of learners, as you all know. There are auditory learners, visual learners, proprioceptive learners. So you have to address all these category of students during these COVID times. You cannot address one type of learners alone, which will obviously lead to lagness. So these are some important recommendations. And IAP, especially in adolescents, between 12 to 14 years of age, IAP recommends encouraging independent learning methods with gradual introduction of new concepts with assignments and online and paperworks. Whereas in 15 to 18 years, IAP recommends introduction of self-learning modules, how to search Google or other search engines to get data, and encourage projects related to creative media use and equip them with technology for wider use of learning and self-dependence of learning. On the parent side and teachers, you should have a hand-holding during these adolescent times to provide them to have a base to create their formative years when they want to choose their careers. I think this is in nutshell where the IAP advocacy is concentrating, especially in line with the National Education Policy of 2020, which is given as a recommendation in the Indian Pediatrics December 2020 issue. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
So during a pandemic, even though education and academics are very important in the life of children and adolescents, during a pandemic, the academics is not to be given the priority because it's the health of the person that is more important. But as we all know, we are easing out on it. We are coming out of the pandemic. Maybe it will continue for some more years, but still then we are opening up our schools and classes. So now it may be possible for the academics to be taken back in the normal way. But this is something which is very important. We got to probably regulate our learning and teaching processes to suit the conditions. Now, Dr. Krishnamar, what are the psychological issues seen in adolescents? And what are the red flag signs to indicate psychological distress? Now, psychological issues are totally mostly ignored by many of the doctors. Now, this is something which is very important, and we have a large number of adolescents who have psychological problems as a result of the pandemic, either directly or indirectly. So we got to know about what are the red flag signs also. Dr. Krishnamar.
Okay. Thank you, Shaj sir. And thanks to IAP and the Adolescent Academy for the opportunity to participate in the panel discussion. Any child who experiences stress, as Dr. Venkatesan was talking about sexual abuse or physical abuse, the stress usually leads to these type of psychological problems. That can be adjustment disorder, prolonged grief-related symptoms if your close relative dies, depression, anxiety disorders, and post-traumatic stress disorder. If you see the literature on psychological impact of COVID-19 pandemic, there are reports of these disorders in children during the pandemic. Especially, there is increased prevalence of obsessive compulsive disorder has been reported. Post-traumatic stress disorder, where the parent or close relative dies, or a child admitted to ICU with COVID. But most of the literature, next slide, sir. Most of the literature report only this type of symptoms like excessive fear of getting COVID, and children below 5 years or primary school children clinging to parents due to anxiety, regressive behavior. A child started talking and then regresses. Problems in concentration, irritability, anger, defiant behavior, conduct disorder symptoms, sleep problems, and problems related to excess screen time. Actually, this is because most of the studies are done through a Google survey or a questionnaire survey. So a definite diagnostic categorization was not possible most of the time. And we did a survey on children in the 6 to 18 year age group in Kerala, and found that 80% of them got scholastic problems. A significant percentage of them got concentration problems, behavior problems, and other emotional problems. And scholastic problems are linked to online classes. There was a previous study from Kerala itself, which found that around 80% of children, school-going children, cannot adjust with online learning. Next slide. And we are now aware of the short-term psychological impact of COVID. But what are the long-term impact? This is still, we don't have definite idea. As already mentioned by Dr. Jayaraman and others, all these aspects, lack of social interaction, socio-economic conditions, all these have impact on cognitive development, social development, psychological development of children. And children with COVID-19, we don't know if there is any long-term outcome. Children with MISC, there is need of follow-up. And there is a group of children with in utero exposure to the virus, where mothers had COVID during the antenatal period. So we don't know what is the outcome. So what I feel is there is a need for long-term follow-up, longitudinal studies on the impact of COVID-19 on children and adolescents, especially in the psychological area. Now, coming to the red flag signs to indicate psychological distress, usually we look for any change in behavior, any change in emotional status, and change in lifestyle and habit. So this child or an adolescent with the recent change in behavior, change in emotional status, change in lifestyle and habit need help. So the behavior can be anger, aggression, oppositional defiant disorder symptoms, scholastic problems, overuse of digital media, and recently started using substance. World Health Organization strongly recommend to avoid unhealthy coping strategies. Much of the time, especially adolescents use substance, smoking or alcohol for coping. And emotional status changes. The child become irritable, always sad, develop crying spells, excessive fear and anxiety, worries. Lifestyle changes like sleep disturbances, appetite disturbances, routine activities. The child is not interested in usual activities which are playful, which are interesting to the child, neglecting personal hygiene. In our survey also, we found that around 40-45% of children had changes in appetite and sleep disturbances after the lockdowns.
Well, Dr. Krishnaman has detailed about the various psychological issues that are being seen, but the stress is what I would feel for the general doctor, the general practitioner, the general pediatrician, is to pick up the red flag signs. He has detailed that change in a behavior, the emotional status and the lifestyle, because unless and until you pick up these, you will not be able to avert the psychological problem. So this is something which is very, very important and which we all have to be careful and attentive. Now, Dr. Krishna, one more question. How can you manage the psychological problems and offer support to the adolescents and family? What are the tips you would like to give to help them out?
Actually, it is more of a preventive aspect. So instead of treating the child with psychological disorder, I think we should concentrate on these preventive aspects, and we should empower the parents, educate the parents and children, especially adolescents, about these aspects. The family as a whole should have a positive attitude. Parents or other relatives should be able to clear children's doubts. Listening skills are very important. Answer questions, allay anxiety about the pandemic situation. There should be straightforward, honest answers to children's worries and questions, and try to maintain routine activities in children, time to sleep, time to study, time for rest, play, all these things. WHO advises indoor games, indoor plays, if outdoor activities are not possible, and maintain healthy lifestyle, diet, exercise, sleep, control or a concern on digital media, social media use by children. Now that especially children above the age of 6 years, that 1 hour time limit, screen time limit is not strictly suggested by the American Academy and all. So try to reduce digital media use as far as possible and promote outdoor activities. And the most important thing is better intra-family communication. parents should be able to communicate with the child, especially talking to the adolescents when they were talking about life skills. Communication aspect was stressed. The parents should find time to communicate with the child, spending time with the child by eating together or traveling together or short distances, walking and all. And engage the child in indoor activities, routine indoor household work. And if the child is interested in any creative work, singing or drawing, painting, encourage it. Write information from WhatsApp or Facebook or other media. Children should be encouraged to seek right information and clarify doubts. And the parents should be able to recognize normal emotional reactions of the child. As I already mentioned, look for change in the behavior, change in the emotional status, avoid unhealthy coping, and help-seeking behavior. That is very important. Most of the time, especially adolescents, psychological support or seeking help for psychological distress is stigmatizing. So most of the time, parents and children, they will seek help. So WHO advises that help-seeking behavior should be promoted, whether online counseling services or other type of psychological support. And drug therapy may be required in selected cases, anti-anxiety drugs or antidepressant drugs in certain cases.
So the stress is on prevention. It is to prevent the psychological problems rather than treat them. So as he has rightly mentioned, we got to interact with the parents to tell them what are things that they have to do it. As adolescent pediatricians, it is our duty to tell them, spend some time with them and tell them, see, these are the ways that you can prevent a psychological breakdown or a psychological problem. So that requires time. And during the COVID times, I think it's our responsibility to do so. Dr. Krishnamar, one last question. COVID-19 has created a lot of career issues in adolescents. What are they and how can we help them out? Because career has been greatly affected by the COVID-19 and the education has also been affected.
I think Dr. Jayaraman has pointed out the important concerns in career education. So there are problems with online education, untimely and unusual examinations. Recently in Kerala, we had discussion on +1 examination coming during the +2 period and created a lot of trouble to students. And online education has a lot of problems. At the same time, there are some better or good aspect also for this. The blended learning concept has come up. Then there is worry about future. In all the online discussions, adolescents express about their worry about their future. What is going to happen? Will there be entrance examinations? Especially, I would like to point out a study from China. They found that children with better academic functioning, higher grades, have more psychological problems. One reason is that they are more worried about future exams and all. And I think these issues need to be addressed in a policy level rather than individual level. Individual level, what we can advise is you should have a plan B. I think all adolescent pediatricians should talk to the adolescents that the COVID is not end of the world. And if you're not able to write exam now, it is not end of the world. So you should have a plan B. If I am not able to pass this time, if I'm not able to write the exam this time, I'm going to do like this. And career counseling is something which is lacking in our state. I think we need to plan in a big way to empower parents, teachers in helping career planning. And career counseling, I think, along with the psychological support, it should be part of the counseling program in the schools. And as I already mentioned, there is need for longitudinal studies on long-term impact of the pandemic not only in brain development, but also on these type of issues? What is going to happen to our children?
Thank you, Dr. Krishnamar. The next question is to Dr. Vijay Kumar. Do you think that there will be a third wave? This is what all of us have been talking about, that as soon as the second wave is over, because in other countries, the third wave had come in. And if so, what are the possible mechanisms of a third wave? And what are the variants of concern that we have now?
First of all, I congratulate the Adolescent Health Academy of Kerala State office bearers and office bearers of IAP Alappuzha to make such a beautiful and informative CME program, and express my gratitude for inviting me for this panel discussion. As far as our third wave is concerned, in one word I'll tell, we need not much worry about the third wave, because the third wave, as per the scientists' view, third wave may not be as severe as the second wave, because at least 2/3 of Indian population have already been either had the COVID infection, either directly or indirectly, or many are vaccinated. So if at all there is a third wave, the intensity may not be as high as our second wave. And another thing is that even our pediatric age group, even though they are not immunized, many are exposed to the COVID infection. So when there will be a third wave, and what are the potential causes? As per the all scientists review, the October and November is the duration of the third wave, but we have reached October, and we have to be very careful about the coming few months because schools are being opened. So how a third wave happens? That one proportion is there is waning immunity of previously exposed individual to a susceptible state. If the immunity gradually comes down, then some of these children or adults may be exposed or may be susceptible to a reinfection. And emergence of a new variant that is capable of escaping immunity to previously circulating strains. We had several new variants. First of all, we had Alpha, that is first detected in UK. Then it was Beta, that was detected in South Africa. Then Gamma, that is detected in Brazil. And the most devastating Delta, that is detected from India. So suppose a new variant that comes and that is capable of escaping immunity to all circulating strains, then it may be a possibility. And that is more transmissible than the previous strains. And now we are gradually releasing our lockdown restriction, as I told, and schools are being opened. Then there will be some fresh opportunities for transition. Because of all these things, we have to be careful about the third wave. And there is something called as some variants of concern. So any viral infection, whether it is an H1N1 or any other viral infection, they have some mutations. Even a single amino acid can effect a change. And as I have discussed, multiple variants are already described. All these, many are vaccines of interest only, but some will be having variants of interest only, but some may be called as variants of concern, because they will be having enhanced transmissibility or virulence, and ability to evade detection, and decrease in the therapeutics and vaccine effectiveness, and reduction in neutralization by antibodies obtained for earlier infections. So apart from Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, then we have Kappa, Mu, and now the C1.2 variant from South Africa, and that is thought to be a little bit more virulent than other strains. So they are all our concern, but we can hope for the best.
So thank you, Vijay Kumar. Now we can only hope that wish, hope, and pray that another variant, which is self-limiting, could come in and they could spread widely, and this whole pandemic can be controlled. Self-destructive mode of a variant, but that is only high hopes. Now, because of the variants of concern, because of the newer variants, that is a possibility that we may have a third wave, as has been mentioned in various other countries. Now, again, a question to Dr. Vijayamma. Do you think what will be the nature of the third wave, and will it affect more of adolescent population, which is our topic of concern?
So there are many speculations. As we know about the old pandemic of H1N1 in 1918, there was a first wave and second wave, which was more devastating than the first wave. Then there was a mild third and fourth wave, and that ended. So like that, we hope that a third and the fourth wave, if it is there, will be little bit milder one. And in UK, the third is already merged with the second wave. So in Kerala, we are still in the second wave, and gradually it is coming down. We don't know whether the third wave has already merged or whether there will be a third wave that is almost that will be merged with the second wave. And all these things depends upon the R value, that is transmissibility. So that is an important warning sign for the beginning of third wave. If the R value is above 1, that indicates that a person is transmitting to more than one close contact, and there is a chance of increasing in the transmissibility. Now the R value or the R value is gradually less in all over India, that is less than 1. So that is why the disease frequency is decreasing. The variants of concern, especially the current Delta, may play a part because of the gene mutation in the virus. And adolescents, there is all speculation that the next wave will be of pediatrics, and the next brunt of attacks will be on pediatricians. And there are a lot of preparedness for pediatricians all over the world. And the thing behind is the more younger populations are not immune to this virus because they are not vaccinated, and many are living in their house, and now within few months they will be out and going to school. And the hesitancy to follow COVID appropriate behavior can infect non-immune individuals, especially adolescents and children who are not vaccinated and less affected in the earlier waves. But all over India and even in Kerala, we can see that many of our children are already infected, and the seropositivity rate among children was high and were comparable to adults, even though the disease seriousness was less in these children. So we can conclude that the subsequent wave will not disproportionately affect adolescents, and pediatricians will be having more work compared to adult physicians. But we have to be careful about the adolescent with comorbidities. So Dr. Ashraf has already mentioned that there were 15 deaths in Calicut. We had also 4 or 5 deaths in Manjeri. All were having some comorbidities. So if an adolescent is having some comorbidities, they may be at risk, especially if there is a massive increase in the number of cases. We have to be very careful about children with comorbidities.
So the consensus is that the adolescent risk may not be there because many of the children and adolescents were basically asymptomatic, and they have had antibodies to the COVID-19 infection. But the stress is that we got to be careful about children with comorbid conditions, because they are the people which we have to think about. And if you find COVID-19 in a child who has a comorbid condition, that is something which you got to be very careful about. Otherwise, in general, the incidence in adolescents may not be much because they already have had protection due to asymptomatic infection, even though they have not been vaccinated. They are not allowed to get vaccinated. Vijayamma, do you think that the fourth wave will set in after the third wave?
So again, that are all speculations. There are already fourth wave running in some of the countries like France, Iraq, Tunisia, Libya, and many states of USA. They are having a fourth wave. If you look at the statistics of USA, the fourth wave is seen mainly in localized in places where vaccination coverage is less. So, and the infection is with Delta variant. So if our vaccination coverage is less, and if we are having a new variant that is more transmissible and
more devastating than the Delta virus, we can expect a fourth wave also. But since our vaccination coverage is increasing and many of our patients have, because in the first wave itself, 40 to 50% of India's population were infected, and the 2/3 of the remaining population also have infected so far. And now only very few patients, or at least 100 million patients are left with, children population are left with. So we can hope that the fourth wave will be, even if it is there, that will be a mild wave, just like our old H1N1 pandemic and all. So we can hope that the fourth wave will not affect our population as much as the first and second wave.
Well, we don't have any control over the variants in the virus, but what we can stress is about the vaccination.
Vaccinate.
Now, children between 12 and 18 will be allowed to have their vaccine. So as pediatricians, we got to tell the parents that vaccination is the most important aspect, that when vaccination is available, it should be done. Thank you. Now, over to Dr. Ashraf. We have not been vaccinating people below 18 years. Do you think that they should be vaccinated, and what is the current status?
Thank you, Shad sir. The entire world was eagerly waiting for vaccine during 2020. At the end of 2020, from January onwards, 21 January onwards, we are getting vaccines, especially adults in Kerala from January onwards. And pediatrician and parents are eagerly discussing or expecting an approval of vaccine in children below 18 years. As Vijay Kumar rightly pointed out, now the fear of third wave is also waning, because most of our adults are vaccinated. Most of them got infection, and a significant percentage of children also got infection, whether it may be a symptomatic or a asymptomatic infection. So now the real worry is regarding the COVID appropriate behavior or social vaccine, because the schools are going to open. So adherence to the social distancing, mask and sanitization is still important, even though vaccination reduced the source or the load of infection in the community. Anyhow, the regulatory authorities or biomedical ethics consider children as a vulnerable group. So there are caution by the Drug Control General of India and other authorities regarding the approval of a vaccine in children. It should go strict trials. Otherwise, it will lead to legal issues as well as the health issues. Even in the United States, the vaccines are approved above 12 years of age still. It is the Pfizer vaccine. UAE, a vaccine by Sinopharm, approved in the age group of 3 to 17 years. China also in the age group of 3 to 17 years. But recently, the Drug Control of India approved Zycov-D, a vaccine by Cadila. Cadila is a Gujarat-based firm. It is a needless vaccine. That means it will be administered intradermally by a special instrument called PharmaJet. So it is a painless injection. But it is approved in the age of 12 to 18 years and adults on an emergency basis. So near future, this vaccine may be available in India for using in pediatrics. But I think the IAP and other academic bodies should discuss this vaccination in more details, because the real danger about the coronavirus is the mutation. So any new mutation, will this vaccine will be effective? I think it will be a costier vaccine, because it needs a special being a needless vaccine. There is an instrument called PharmaJet. For ZyCoV-D, the trials are now going on in the age group of 2 to 6 years also. But the most important thing is, even now, WHO has granted permission to vaccinate children above 16 years only. That is about the vaccination in children. Now, the threat for the third wave or a subsequent fourth wave is also less, I think. And I think Shaji sir also agree with that point. And we will highlight on that point also. Thank you, Shaji sir, for including me in this panel. Actually, Shaji sir framed all these questions and answers also. All our job were carried out by our beloved moderator. Thank you, organizer, for this opportunity.
Yes, Ashraf. So the question is whether the vaccines are going to be effective in children, whether it will have any adverse effect in children. So that is something which you got to be very careful. As he mentioned, IAP should be closely associated with these things. The other aspect is, with the new mutant, will the vaccine be effective against the new mutant? So that again is something which you got to be very careful about. So it is two aspects of it. One is whether it will create a problem for the children, whether it will offer sufficient protection. The other next aspect is whether the vaccine is going to help if a new mutant comes which is resistant to the vaccine. Anyway, let's all hope for the best. As we all know that the third wave, if at all it comes, it will be very mild, because October, November was the date that was predicted for the emergence of the third wave. So to conclude, we must understand that COVID-19's impact is not only on the physical aspects, not only on the disease aspect, but it also has a psychological element which very often are missed. So this is something which you got to think about and stress it to the parents, give them support to the parents. The educational issues and career aspects are also there. It's already been discussed in detail. So this is something, again, which adolescents are concerned about and the parents are concerned about. We should be prepared to handle the future variants and waves, and let's hope the future variants and waves will be milder and we could easily tide over the whole thing. The stress is on vaccination when available. I've told you the pros and cons of the vaccination in children. So, but if they are approved and if they can be found to be effective, well, we got to advocate vaccination to children also. And pediatricians have to be updated. Now, this is something because very often many of the pediatricians, I'm sorry to say, don't attend the CMEs and conferences. And many of the pediatricians are, again, I'm sorry to say, are outdated. The people who keep on attending the conferences, they keep on attending. So they all know, people who are here, they know. But so it is our duty to update pediatricians in and around the place about the various aspects of COVID, especially the impact on adolescents. But do not forget, as Ashraf mentioned, the SMS, the sanitizer, social distancing, and the mask. They are the very important aspects, especially means we are all opening up. So vaccination or no vaccination, whatever it is, this has to be stressed. SMS has to be stressed, and we should impart it to all our patients and their parents. So thanks to all of you, thanks to the panelists, and thanks to the organizers for giving us a chance to take part in this panel discussion. And overall, the program was very good. The conference was very good. And congratulations to the organizers and all those behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaj sir. I want to make one point more regarding the social. The number of under 18 pregnancies and deliveries are also increasing last 3 months. Last month, we had 5 under 18 mothers, 5 deliveries.
That again is a great impact. As was mentioned, the drug abuse has increased, the sexual exploitation has increased. All these have increased, as was discussed earlier by Preeti and others. So this is something which is a social evil or an impact of the COVID-19. So this is again something which you got to seriously think about and avoid and prevent all these aspects. If there are any questions, I think the panelists will be ready to answer, or else over to Dr. Ranjit.
Thank you, sir. One question is there, and what is the safest antidepressant we can use in adolescents?
Dr. Krishnamar?
Fluoxetine is the first line antidepressant. It can be used above the age of 6 years. Then about 12 years.
Some disturbance coming in.
About 12 years.
രഞ്ജിത്ത് എല്ലാരും ഒന്ന് കൃഷ്ണമാർ
Krishnamar sir, please unmute.
Krishnamar is not heard. Can you unmute and say?
The first line of antidepressant commonly used in children and adolescents is fluoxetine. You can start with 5 milligram daily morning single dose and gradually increase up to 20 milligram per day. And about that, fluoxetine can be given above 6 years. The second line, sertraline also can be used in children. About 12 years, it's just like adults. First line fluoxetine, second line sertraline or escitalopram can be used.
Okay, thank you, Krishnamar sir. And there are no more questions. And thank you, the wonderful moderator, as always, our respected Shaji sir, and Jayaraman sir, Ashraf sir, Vijay Kumar sir, Krishnamar sir. It is always a pleasure hearing your sessions more and more. And now the topic is open for discussion. And if there are any comments, you can tell. Any questions? Preeti ma'am.
I must congratulate each one of you. It was a wonderful conference, and I can say it's one of the best that I've attended in recent times. And you know, the number of webinars that we have been having, you have had some serious competition. So I can just vouch for this, that this is really one of the best adolescent conferences that I've attended online. So I can say a big congratulations to AHA Kerala, IAP Kerala, and also IAP Alapur. That's really wonderful. And I'm so happy to see that the flame of adolescent medicine is getting brighter and stronger with time. And that is exactly what we want. And my help in any way that I can help, I would be most happy to do so. So well done and keep it up.
Narayana sir, thank you, ma'am.
Not audible, Narayana.
Narayana, audible alla. I think you are muted.
Muted alla.
Device volume korava endu.
Ipo unmute cheyidu പക്ഷേ volume illa.
Okay, thank you sir. Yeah.
He expressed his views with the gestures.
Okay. I think Joshi sir is there.
Well organized, excellent conference. Thank you all for meticulously arranging the conference. Thank you very much.
Binoy sir avade undu Ranjit.
Binoy sir. Binoy sir is there in all of our conference, and he gives valuable inputs after the Ennis conference.
We have Parvati madam there, who is a past
Parvati madam undu.
Parvati
ma'am. An excellent program. Congratulations to the organizers and all the faculty members. Congratulations to all of you. In a Sunday morning till afternoon, and there are so many other webinars also going on, and even now we have got so many attending the conference. It's good. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
The national chairperson Dr. Garg. So Dr. J.C. Garg.
സാറിന്റെ ഓഡിയോ ഓഫ് ആണ് ഷായ് സാറേ, വീഡിയോ മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ.
Okay, so I think if there are no more comments, we can wind up the session. I thank the team AAP, that is organizing chairperson Sangeeta ma'am, Dr. Anu, Dr. Sri Prasad sir, Dr. Reshma, and all others behind the scene for organizing this wonderful conference. And I welcome Dr. Sangeeta ma'am for the valedictory remarks.
Everybody, hope I'm audible.
Yeah, ma'am.
It was a wonderful experience being with you all, with the stalwarts of AAP. I appreciate Dr. M.K. Sir's presence throughout, sir, and Dr. M.N. Venkatesan gave our inspiration wonderfully. Thank you, sir. And our President-elect, Dr. Ramesh Kumar, sir, with his presence blessed us. Thank you, sir. Our National Chairperson of the Adoleson Health Academy, Dr. J.C. Garg. He also gave his blessings to our meeting. Thank you once again, sir. Then our chairperson, Dr. Jayagumar sir, Dr. Shaji sir, Dr. Preeti Gravely, Dr. Newton Lois sir, they all performed wonderfully. Thank you all. And then I take this opportunity to appreciate the efforts of Dr. Shibu K and Dr. Ranjit and Dr. Deepa, HA, and for IAP as a whole. Then the panelists, my dear teachers, Dr. Vijay Kumar sir, Vishnu Kumar sir, and Ashwar sir, and our state president, Jayaraman sir, they did wonderfully well. Thank you all. And thank you, Dr. Johnny Sebastian, our IAP state secretary, for your participation. And thank you all the delegates, our district president, Dr. Sri Prasad, and the organizing secretary, Dr. Anu Mary, district secretary, Dr. Reshma. Thank you all the delegates who attended the program. Thank you once again.
Thank you all. Have a good day. Thank you all for attending the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.